Всем огромный привет! Продолжаем играть диско Elysium или Elysium, кому как удобно. Что ж, начнем. Загружаем игру. Нет, не автосейв, а день первый. Мы там начали расследовать первое дело о повешенном человеке. Не могли приструнить пацанчика, который супер матершинник, и его подруга, я так понял. Потихоньку ищем улики, собираем опыт. Все понемногу. Так что, и еще самое крутое в этой игре, мы разговариваем с многими параметрами своего тела. Сознание, моторикой, разумом, логикой. Все вместе. Это просто комбинация из пушечного геймплея, где ты в роли детектива просто ищешь всякие зацепочки. Всех. Но еще главное, что самое интересное, что ты должен, конечно, учитывать свои возможности и не переходить их. Допустим, есть моменты, когда что-то ты можешь, попробовать, но там процент очень низкий. Там по 17% бывает, по 18%. Ну, то есть, как русская рулетка. Неужели прогрузилась? 1000 лет ждал. Хорошо. Что у нас там в заметках? Ага, готово. Сейчас я еще хочу блокнот посмотреть. Но нам уже нужно идти в кафешку и осмотреть кухню. В кухне должны быть еще улики. Обязательно нужно сходить это после часа. У меня еще есть 5 минут. Сейчас ключи отдам. Так, вот твой ключ от мусорного бака.
Thanks. I hope you found what you were looking for.
Я нашел шмотки покойного.
How strange. I certainly didn't put them there.
Так. У кого еще есть ключи от бака?
The trash collection service, CS Municipal. I don't see why they would put anything in the trash, though.
The elusive CS Municipal. I doubt we'll be able to track down who was sent here last and when. This will have to be one of those little threats that solves itself down the road. Thank you anyway.
Так, а кто-нибудь из твоих сотрудников мог их туда выбросить?
Sylvie had the keys before I got here, and I can vouch for her. I can vouch for all my staff. None of us would tamper with the crime scene.
Прикольнемся. Может, ты просто забыл свои действия, может, ходил во
I
сне.
think fugue states are more your forte, officer.
Ладно, ладно.
Yes. Another thing. Great. Yes.
Ладно, не будем его мучить. Так, дневник. Идите сигареты покурите. Спросите Куна, знает что-нибудь о том, что как одежда жертвы попала в мусор. Встаньте в свете фар кинемы, чтобы прочитать галогеновые водяные знаки на своем журнале. Возможно, удастся почерпнуть какую-нибудь информацию о себе. Сначала дойдите до кинемы и включите фары. Кинема это автомобиль тут футуристичный. Стоп. А, ну. Как ее? А, чё я туплю?
It's the ledger you found in the trash, a cabbage of papers hanging from the board, with the permeables drawer inside. It's barely held.
Так,
It takes about half an hour to piece one together, using the system you've devised. Which one do you want?
ну я хочу посмотреть незакрываемое дело.
AKA Leslie and Burke, AKA the public indecency drunk and the property damage drunk, is a cursed case. It has been passed from unsuspecting officer to unsuspecting officer for 10 years. On January 29, the unsolvable case made its way to you. Why you accepted it, it is unclear. Every officer, and indeed most civilians in general, know it's unsolvable. You were so drunk you didn't remember what it was when you signed on. That, or you were high. Leslie will always take his pants off when he's drunk. Burke will always trash everything. It's just what they do. It is their nature. You cannot change the nature of a man, and you can't lock them away because public indecency and small-scale property damage are not punishable by incarceration. The only way for Leslie to stop flashing his genitals to bypassers and for Burke to stop dismantling signage and rear-view mirrors would be for them to stop drinking alcohol, which, in their 40s or 50s, it's hard to tell because of their distorted features, is a medical improbability on par with you ceasing to produce the expression. Threatening fines, dragging them to the station, locking them up in the hellholes they live in, locking them up in the station, hypnotherapy, even trying to get the local gang of Zemiaki to... It's plain to see from the files that you, Satellite Officer JV, and Special Consultant TH had more important cases to attend to. You uncover cross-reference to several ongoing investigations, each brought to a standstill every time you drive down Main Street. Good, you're learning. If the files are to be trusted, that's all there is to it. That and Burke breaking things, and the fact that they're both drunk. But then again, so are you. He must have it confused with the property he likes to damage. But the joke's on him. You're drunk out of your mind on potent Pilsner. You slammed the hardened plastic... In the process, the ledger sustains damage. The compartment within, reserved for permeable documents, is jammed shut. You stop your assault on the... He came at us, and at us. I think he was trying to kill Burko. While trying to kill Burko, you slowly come around. The permeables compartment is open. You've smashed it open on poor can't get out of his apartment, an invalid. With Burke to tend to, Leslie cuts back on the indecent exposure. Maybe he flashes his genitals to Burke, who knows, but both drunks are off the street. The complaints stop, which is also why the officer responsible narrowly escapes a disciplinary hearing. The end. Do you want to read another
Ну
one?
как? Просто покалечил человека, в итоге он перестал творить вещи. Ну да. Квадратная пуля, давайте дальше.
It would be very interesting to read about these, wouldn't it? I mean, there seems to be a square-shaped entry wound in the victim's forehead. She's been sitting... That's all you got. From the half hour you've spent piecing it together, all you know is the entry wound was square-shaped. You never found the bullet. And then, who knows, those pages are missing. Don't worry. One day you may still catch the man with the square gun.
Я не понял, да, откуда появились эти два отверстия, причем квадратные. Ладно. Диван в неожиданном месте.
Some assholes brought their couch outside and hung out on it, in the middle of the street, on the roof, on the hillside by the motorway. You know, at an unexpected location. They were young, and they thought they looked cool on it. They were leaving it out in all these unexpected and whimsical locations. They took it, too, where they also took photos of themselves, cigarette butts, coffee cups, stupid couch. You had to clean it all up, and you did. So congratulations to you. Case? No, you didn't have time for that. These notes show that you have what is called a real goddamn job. You don't have time to be chasing down the couch assholes. You have a real job to do. What next?
Послал нахрен всех. Да уж. Убийство в кальянной.
Murder. Tum 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 at the hookah parlor was a case originally assigned to an officer called Joseph Mills, who is now dead, of circumstances completely unconnected to murder at the hookah parlor. Beaten to death by a throng of Villalobos gang members when him and his partner J.M., only initials mentioned, answered a call one night. It's a sad story, and it isn't really represented in your case file. Joseph Mills was on this case that he just couldn't solve, was doing it solo, said it was a real nutcracker, a real brain twister, was on it for, like, a month. The Captain Mills didn't get off the pot, not yet. He kept at it for a couple of weeks more, racking his brains, running with every theory as outlandish as they seemed. No, he was awful. Awful sense of humor, too. The worst jokes you've ever heard. Really rapey. Still, he'd been on it for months now. Said it was the final case. Said it was uncrackable. Okay, so the case is handed to you because Mills isn't getting anywhere, and you look into it. Here's the setup. A young man is found dead in a hookah parlor. You know, those places where you go and smoke. Yeah, so anyway, young man in his 20s found with his skull busted open, right on the floor of the hookah parlor, in the middle of the day. No one enters, no one exits. He's just sucking on his watermelon hookah all morning, all noon, like he usually does. He's a regular. No call. Mills has no idea. Invisible assassin. Movie deal gone sour. Girl at the counter did it. Nothing fits. Eerie. Man just dropped dead. So you go to the parlor. You see cushions around the table. See? You can't even read the thing without solving it. Yeah, it was that. Turns out hookah does do something. It turns off your brain's oxygen supply. And you don't notice it until you get up to go to the bathroom. Yeah, he liked his hookah. Stephen was his name. Smoking hookah. Didn't you hear? I don't know. Trying to come up with a movie script, maybe. Anyway, that was Murder at the Hookah Parlor.
Ну,
Joseph
всё.
Mills wasn't a good detective, and about 30 minutes has passed, piecing it together. Next.
Ну, в принципе, все. Все дела мы раскрыли. За 10 минут.
Not much has changed in the meanwhile. A bunch of sodden papers still sags from the clipboard.
Так, техника. Ну, давай.
The two sides of the board appear slightly misaligned, like a drawer that's come off its slides. If you bend the plastic on your knee slowly, the slides snap back into place. It should be possible to just, you know. Without resistance or sound, the two panels move. Two ticket stubs and a
Два билета.
handmade postcard.
Открытка, ручная работа. Так, давай.
Thin wax paper has been
Открытку.
glued to a piece of cardboard. Sounds like leaves rustling when you pick it up. You see violet flowers, floral patterns. It smells of chewing gum. Apricot flavor. A touch of cinnamon. The end of summer. You think the label says
Tutti frutti.
Tutti Frutti. Familiar handwriting lines the inside of the card. Looped, round
Женская
letters.
рука.
in a young woman in her 20s. There is care, effort, and a smile. You think, Harry, it begins. You're already reading. I wanted to write you a letter so you can read it when you wake up. Throw it away, please. Your hand shakes holding the card. Every morning when I step out and you're asleep behind me, it says, I find a little... Every step I take, it grows. By the time I reach the fuel station, it has filled me entirely. I step onto the light rail and look back. Sparks fall from the bow collector. I know it will be like this until late afternoon, when I get off the 42 and walk. You. Every step I take will get lighter. It almost makes me run. Sometimes I do. I can't believe I met you. I can't believe the happiness I feel with you. You have a vast, vast soul, and I will always, always, always come back to it.
Красиво.
Kisses, kisses, kisses. You feel the air sucked out of your lungs and the blood sucked out of your head. Everything around you gets dark. Small white dots appear. You feel the ledger slip from your hand.
Что случилось? Почему я упал на бок? Я проиграл, что ли? Или че? Что?
There is nothing. Again. Nothing sad, brother. No treachery, just blackout. Well, almost nothing. There is the ground below you, that's still there. And the small light that's on, fluttering, somewhere in the basal ganglia. That's me. Blue eyes, that's me. Who was what?
He speaks of the sickening longing, the unwell emotion. Even in the darkness he's grasping for it. Still trying to hold on to the great sorrows slipping in the
Лимбическая
water.
система такая интересная.
Slimy.
The call when you're dead, brother.
Here in the paleo-mammalian cortex, we call it the shadow. Because it's always there.
Bloated corpse of the past resurfacing.
Beautiful. Believe me, stupid ape, its lack of beauty was not the problem.
There is no Voyager Road. There are no roads, no houses, no lights in the windows. It's all on pause. You think they would let you? Until you disintegrate into biomolecules? No. Someone is breathing on your face now, inspecting your pupils, stupid idiot.
Yes, they're pouring something on you. It's in you.
It's delicious. Glowing lights on a dashboard emerge out of nothingness.
В отбитой кабине мотокарета лейтенанта Кицураги. Тебя усадили в кресло водителя. В воздухе пахнет кожей и мазутом. По подбородку течет холодная вода.
Drink.
Выпейте воды. Выпить.
The water is cold, silvery, the stuff of life itself as it pours down your parched throat, the pounding in your head.
Drink. You haven't drunk water in 2 days. Did you know the human body is not made to survive on alcohol alone? You need a secondary form of hydration.
With greedy gulps, you down half a liter of cold water. Some of it spills on the driver's seat. The lieutenant pays no heed to it.
What happened?
Так, обезвоживание.
You were reading your paperwork. Then you passed out. I carried you to my kinema to take you to a hospital. 10 minutes, maybe.
Минут 10. Ну, наверное, так.
That does sometimes happen. You dropped these. Are you okay to proceed?
Да, давай.
Good.
Все-таки упал от
Lonesome,
обезвоживания.
long way home. Here we go. Home awaits. Walk past Station 41 and through the market, past the Boogie Street spearhead to the other side of the lake, the frozen eye at the center of the district. Then past the video rental store on the corner. There, at the end of a street lined with pine trees, a small house no larger than a matchbox. 11 Voyager Road. You no longer live there. Those times are gone. And so are those people. Why did you come here? Why are you still here? And where's the dealer? You have to get back to work. That's all you have now.
Восприятие. Лимит улучшения повышается до 5. Спиды дают 1 пси. Есть. Ну, вроде как какую-то мысль. Подожди, не забыть. Да нет, давай не будем забывать. Я не знаю, что как сделать. Просто пока ничего не буду делать. Так, что еще у нас тут известно? Кружка. Эта кружка с отломленной ручкой каким-то образом оказалась в мусорке танцев и тряпье. На ней изображен самариец с выступающими зубами в идиотской улыбкой, резвящейся среди цветов шафрана. Похоже на какую-то душевную подделку под старину колониальной эпохи.
It's just a racist mug. What's there to read here? Not much. Oh boy, here we go. What are you going to say about a broken, tossed away mug that you dug out of the garbage? But it was in the trash. Why not just call it out when you see it? Or...
Да понял. Внутренняя империя, эмпатия, авторитет.
It's the ledger you found. An aluminium block run. A
Нет,
bunch
это
of
мы
sodden papers sag from the
узнавали.
clipboard in your hand. Without resistance or sound, the
Взять
two
билеты.
octopuses are smiling, reaching their tentacles toward each other in the colored pencil drawings. The tickets permit access to the zoo in Revachol East. The aquarium costs extra. These let you go there too. It's slightly, ever so slightly, difficult to breathe once you've done so. The drawer is locked.
Пусть будет журнал в руках теперь. Постоянно перчатки дают технику. Отлично. Так.
Yes? What do you want to know?
Если мы с разных участков, то почему ведем
I'm
одно дело?
afraid you and I are pawns in a pissing competition.
His disdain is clear. This man would not use such an expression otherwise.
You don't know? I assumed you were in on it.
Не помню, чтобы чел.
That's good. It's just stupidity. We shouldn't waste any more time on it. If you want my take, ask me after we've inspected the victim. Later. Was there anything else you wanted to know about the case? Maybe you can tell me what you do know to help me narrow it down a bit. Do you want me to brief you? 3 days ago, the RCM Emergencies Desk received a report about a security guard who was found hanged in Martinez. An anonymous caller said there was a dead body behind the Whirling in Rags hostel cafeteria. During that time, the victim had been stripped of his belongings. The caller did not identify him, but used the word lynching. There is an ongoing labor dispute between the local dock workers and the logistics company Wild Pines. I was told we should approach the desk. A security guard or worker of some sort hired by Wild Pines. This was just hearsay from Martinez, of course. They didn't identify themselves in any way. The tone was muffled using a device of some sort. There's a strong prejudice against involving the RCM in what's seen as union matters. The dock workers' union is the de facto police in Martinez. Now it appears they've started executing too. We cannot allow that. That's us, the Revachol Citizens Militia. We're the police in this city. Just to be clear, we are police officers. It's our job to find the killer. That's the case. Uncover and arrest the killer. You mean like a brief? Do you want me to brief you again? There's no reason to wing anything. 3 days ago, the RCM Emergencies
Так, это
Desk received a
понятно. Я
During that
повторяю.
time, the victim had been stripped of his belongings. Okay then. Was there anything else you wanted to know? No, it's not a particularly mysterious case. The deceased is a security guard for a corporation involved in a labor dispute. It doesn't take a DeLorean polymath to put the pieces together. I just don't see the case getting more mysterious than that. I can assure nothing like that will happen. Do you know why not? Because it's not part of reality.
The gesture resembles an orchestra conductor bringing the choir. So desperately mundane. You need to funk this. There's something the lieutenant isn't seeing. The universe is too irrational, too morally complex. You should convince him.
Good.
28. Так. Давай о тебе.
Me? I don't see how my life is pertinent to the investigation. That's a fair point. All right, for the good of the investigation, what do you want to know? That's correct.
You feel a slight urge to put the lieutenant down for this, but you can't quite muster enough testosterone.
I guess you don't need glasses then.
Грубая сила. Ты не похож на это.
That's because I'm half Seolite, or quarter. My father's father was from Seoul, so was my grandmother, but from my mother's side. It's a part of the world, officer. A geopolitical entity, and a geographic division. I told you it wouldn't be interesting. You're barking up the wrong tree. I don't speak a word of Seolite. I've never met either one of my grandparents, and I've never been... No.
Your brain sends the signal to your lips, but they refuse the order. It's like you're locked down.
Something the matter, detective?
What's going on? It's like you're a puppet in his hands. The lieutenant relaxes his eyebrow, and you seem to regain control
Да
of
ё-моё,
yourself.
что за с авторитетом вообще все проигрываю. Что пацан, теперь детектив этот.
What do you mean? I have no idea what you're talking.
The lieutenant's conceptualization skills must be rather rudimentary. The lieutenant is a police officer of the old school. His concerns are material and extrinsic, but this isn't an old school case.
So what? That makes you the new school? For real detective work, nothing beats a good note.
The lieutenant produces his small blue notebook. That's where his conversations with himself take place.
В блокноте, значит, он... Хорошо.
We all have our different mediums. His is written. You're super lucid, yet psychedelic. You don't need office supplies to connect to your nervous system. You're special.
Good. Let's change the subject.
No response. He just arches his brow.
Have you tried concentrating on something other than your personal...
There is a sudden, harsh edge to his voice, like he's tired of hearing about your personal affairs.
Not a fan. It's just the nature...
The RCM deploys a self-styled structure called the
Decontage.
decontage as its chain of command. Every lieutenant is responsible for 2 sergeants and 8 officers. That means the average lieutenant has to deal with quite a few personal affairs. Even you know this.
Try work, the case at hand. It can work miracles. Fine. We should get through this day first. Off hours begin at 9 p.m. If you're still having trouble then, I can give you an orientation. Really? You look fine to me. This psychodrama is unbecoming of an officer.
Clearly, he prefers to think you're malingering. He cannot fathom that anyone could drink so much as to retroactively erase.
Then you should consider seeking medical attention. You can use the radio in my kinema to call your station's Lazareth. Was there anything else you wanted? Excuse me? Detective, if I may be frank, you seem to be in a deranged state. You have trouble remembering things. You've misplaced your badge. I cannot let you act in the name of the arts. Some you time? This is a police investigation, not a journey of self-discovery. You'll still have your... Please do. We wouldn't want your regiment to spill over into the investigation.
Так, ну хорошо, ладно. Ходим. Уже 4 часа я его спрашиваю. Офигеть. Надо быстро идти на кухню. Ушел в точку. Какой-то еще персонаж появился. Так, погнали на кухню. Копеечки. Берем. Уже 3. Что у нас там? В сушилке стоит посуда. Она пахнет моющим средством и хвоей. Еще денежки. Воздух наполнен ароматом специй, алкоголя и помидор. Так, давайте расспросим повар.
A thin man is smoking below an exhaust hood, occasionally sipping from his mug. As you step in, he nods toward the table and says something in a completely foreign language. The only words you can make out are Goranci and Kubek.
Турецкий?
Okay, it's definitely not his name. Whatever you do, Please don't call him Goransi Quebec. Please. It's not funny.
Хорошо. Здравствуйте, я могу задать вам пару вопросов?
The man puts his cup down and replies something, his left hand drawing arcs in the air. He smiles and bangs his ladle against each of his pots in turn. It's almost like music, especially with the sounds of assorted dishes boiling and simmering on the stove.
Да, ничего не получилось у него расспросить такого интересного.
You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimpled lock. You immediately feel drawn to the color. Blue is for mystery.
You do? It's a door in the back of the kitchen. Why do you care where it leads?
Это часть танца в тряпье. Есть в этом месте что-то такое, что будоражит любопытство.
Eccentric. But okay, I suppose we could look into it.
He's not bothered by your eccentricity. He seems genuinely intrigued himself.
Gart is the person to ask about this. The cafeteria manager.
Он смотрит на тебя, потом на дверь, говорит про этот надо с картом. Ну ладно, сейчас спрошу. А то незаконно вряд ли стоит.
Oh, yes, that door, sure. There's nothing mysterious about it. It's just a door. No, I don't have a key. I don't know how to get there. And I don't care either. It's not like I've been wondering about it for... Or some boring storage space with a bunch of old junk and dust. Junk and dust.
He's attempting to maintain an air of indifference. It's absolutely not convincing.
Fine, okay, a little. But my job doesn't leave me time for wondering about one locked door. So I haven't opened it. I have cleaned the whole place 100 times over, though, after the animals. And I haven't found a key, so good luck with that.
Понятно, придется самому открывать. Хорошо, потом тогда сейчас монтировкой. Хотя для начала просто попробуем.
You see a heavy steel door. The cobalt blue surface feels rough to touch. The old cobalt paint, rough on the fingers. 40, 50 years since this was painted, maybe. The door does not budge.
Чем-то подцепить стоило бы. Как туда пройти?
That sugary black rum stain on the counter makes you teary-eyed with joy. It's almost touching how syrupy and sticky it is. How long have you been up already?
Не сейчас.
Oh, excuse me. Do you have something better to do than lust for sweet syrupy rum and lemonade? With a twist of lemon? Maybe lime?
Не, все, хватит вообще.
The worker, isn't it? Perhaps he's on his way to where you just came from, into the primordial darkness. A colorful piece of plastic is dangling from his carabiner. Makes your fingers itch.
Смотреть пластиковый.
It's a dock worker's ID, doubling as a shift card and a job permit. A young, able-bodied man stares back at you from the photo. Santiago S. John. Your fingers find their way into the shackle, flicking open its spring-loaded gate. The metal loop holds the plastic ID and a leather-bound pocketbook. The man emits a loud snore. Is he about to wake up? Doesn't look like it, but you never know. Better be quick.
Так.
You slip the plastic ID card out of the loop and pocket it. The man continues to snore. You find a black paper note with a woman's profile on it. Seems like this woman
Нормально,
lived centuries
реалов.
ago. The note, yum yum, money. Think of all the things you can buy with this. No, the sleeping dock worker has little to say about your actions. He remains silent.
Пусть спит. 9. Маловато, конечно. Так. Вахтовая карточка портового рабочего. 4,50. Угу. Вау, сколько заданий. Так, судя по всему, между участниками вашей Кима шло какое-то бессмысленное соревнование. Спросите Кима об этом, когда закончите первичный осмотр тела. После 22:00. Потайные. Ну-ка, может быть, она знает? Нет. Стоп, может быть, повар знает что-нибудь?
The man ponders his cooking utensils. He looks up at you, then looks away quickly. Shrugging is an international sign for, no, I don't know what's behind that door.
Хорошо. Тогда не будем тревожить. Так я не знаю, до 22:00 успеешь что-то поделать. Попробуй сейчас к пацану еще раз подойти. Ну-ка.
Fuck the fuck about it. You're testing Kuno's. Get lost. Yeah, the kingdom of Kuno. The fuck do you
Одежда
want with it?
покойная была в мусорном баке.
Yeah, Kuno doesn't know shit about that. That shit is beneath Kuno. Listen, listen. Kuno doesn't care about this small-time shit. Kuno could hook you up with some sweet rags. Shit like Kuno's wearing. Your size, good price. 500 real.
Погоди, вопрос был о том, что случилось с его одеждой. Должен же ты ее...
Pig, these are found modulars. Liquid fit, performance crotch, urban survival shit. Made in Mirova by scientists. Believe it, you need this shit.
These could drastically improve your chances of survival in the urban wilderness. Coach Physical Instrument endorses these pants. They will also make you into an idiot.
Look, Kuno ain't seen shit lying around, except for that up there. Now, you want performance gear or not, Grandpa? Alright, Pickle. Shit's right to.
The lieutenant remains silent, but his
As you can see, Kuno and C don't trust you. Can't do business without trust.
there's more to his distrust than being a pig. He feels threatened by something obscure in you. What that is, however.
The fuck? A mug in the trash? Is this about the fucking clothes again?
Да, связано ли с этим расистка?
Yeah, Kuno sees where this is going. Kuno's got that fast brain. You saying you pigs are after the mug fucker?
I can't hear you, Kuno. Speak louder, Kuno.
Heh.
Shit, that's tense. Someone's going to the beat-down basement, huh? Mug guy gonna get tied to the radiator. Kuno doesn't know who put that shit in there. And if he did, he wouldn't squeal.
Tell the Kuno who it was. He's curious. He likes putting 2 and 2 together here.
Stop turning into a pig, Kuno. They're trying to get you hooked on the snitching. Get away from my Kuno.
Yeah? Get your bacon shit away. Kuno doesn't like to be seen with the popo. Get your shit done and out of Kuno's face.
Ладно.
Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. Kuno doesn't
Шмуну. Купите треники. Треники фан выглядит неплохо, однако вы с Куно еще не настолько хорошо друг друга знаете. Надо по душам с ним поговорить, а там можно будет объяснить. Новые треники. Да, было бы неплохо.
I'll die before I squeal, pig. You don't want to fuck with me. I got my hands bloody.
You can still see the top of her hat from behind.
Ладно, что еще поможет? Как его снять?
There he still is, looking right through you.
Нет возможности еще что-то посмотреть.
There are several footprints in the mud.
Ну хорошо, пойдемте в этот рацию посмотрим. Хотя я бы еще...
It felt like springtime just a...
Нет. Ладно, по рации сейчас.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone,
Ким, как
a
включить
pull-out
фары?
toolbox, and
All right. Ready? I turn, you press start. It's next to the preheat.
he's downplaying his excitement. The lieutenant is more than happy to show off his precious carriage. The dashboard lights up with orange glow. The rounds per minute gauge jumps, and the engine of the Caprice Canela comes to life. The lights unfold with a little click, casting electrical light onto the ground before the vehicle.
There you go. I'll turn them off from the remote once you're done. We just need to stand in front of the machine now.
Сейчас попробуем.
As you hold your ledger's clip under the headlamp, an iridescent hologram appears. A street grid and the veins of a great river.
There she is. Revachol West.
Around the borders of the watermark are dozens, no, hundreds of micro-perforations.
Так, давайте посмотрим
There are
перфорацию.
many of them, and they are divided into 3 separate rows. The first row has 18 dots.
На следующем.
The next is the longest. It runs all the way around the border, and then some. There are so many, it's hard to count. More than 150. The last row has 3 perforations.
150 и 200. Офигеть. 3 дырочки. 3 и все.
That's it.
Those are perforations. They represent your record as an officer of the RCM. They are your statistics, as it were. I should have guessed. The first row represents your years of service. 18
17
years.
лет.
Okay, not bad at all. What did you do before you volunteered?
Погоди, я этим... Ого.
That's what it says. I might have guessed even longer based on your age. What did you do all those blissful years of your youth?
Так. Ну,
No
наверное.
shame in working a regular job, detective. Sometimes after a long day of doing this, I even envy it. Let's move on. This next row, the one that wraps all the way around, is your number of closed cases. Closed is... Wow, more than 200!
О, это много?
It's quite a lot, even for someone who's been on the force for nearly 2 decades. Usually, clearing more than 10 cases a year puts you in the 90th percentile of all RCM officers.
Так, я был хорош. Что ж, в этом есть какое-то утешение. Ну что значит последняя
Right.
цифра?
Those are your confirmed kills. You've got precisely 3 perforations there.
Не очень много.
For an RCM officer, especially Precinct 41, which is in the Jamrock quarter, it's rather tame. I mean that in a good way. There are certain officers who treat their kills like some kind of ghoulish game. If they do happen to solve a case, it's usually... But it seems as though you are, or at least were, one of the good ones. So we have that to be thankful for.
Ким, тебе когда-нибудь приходилось убивать?
Yes,
It's not a problem for him to state it, however.
everyone has their own method of coping. Some more effective or self-destructive than others. Personally, I find it helps to keep up a few hobbies.
Какие?
Oh, this and that. Let's not get into it now. Why not gardening? You've already got the gloves.
It's meant in earnest. Please don't mistake it for a jab.
Ладно, спасибо за помощь.
The lieutenant nods.
Так, теперь мы должны посмотреть на мерцающую сетку.
The rectangular watermark is overlaid with the logo of the RCM, and yet the major arteries of Revachol are all recognizable. They shimmer in the Kanema's headlights. A rat brazenly darts past you and disappears amongst the stopped lorries. In the distance, a child somewhere shrieks.
Ah, Martinez. Let me see. Right here. No, it does not.
Так, ладно.
Right. I'll go turn off the lights.
Изучили таки. Так. У кого есть несанкционированный доступ к мусору танцев, найдите этого человека и узнайте, кто тасовал улики на месте преступления. Угу. Карта. Зеркало. Среднее. Слушай, среднее, легендарно, среднее. Следы. Ну-ка, подожди. Если следы средние, уже можно попробовать.
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked here.
Заблокирован. Жаль. Хорошо, давайте там еще по рации свяжемся. Тут еще и землетрясения бывают.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel. A metallic drawer slides out from under the seat and clicks into...
Take what you need, officer. It's going to be a long case. I'm not
He's clearly a little protective of his tools. But what can you do? Work is work.
Так, нам нужна
The pry
монтировка.
bar feels nice and cold in your hand, heavier than useful for opening all sorts of doors and lids.
Давайте
The handles are
болторез
long
возьмем.
and sleek. Snap, snap. You can do good work with these. Cut chains, locks, and ropes, especially
Ну и
belts.
фонарик
It's
опять же.
robust, weatherproof, and well made. Lets you see things in the dark you would otherwise miss. The pull-out toolbox slides back into its nest. Preheater gauge casts a warm glow on the steering levers and the radio on its hook. The frequency tableau lights up and a green button labeled Prime Line. The soft purr of electrical kittens. Radio waves cast far and wide.
This is Precinct 57. Hello, Lieutenant. How may I assist you?
Hello, Alice. Please assist our
Alice.
colleague from the 41st precinct here. I'm putting him on.
Operating the radio is easy. Just be confident. You've probably done it 1,000 times.
This is Officer Alice Demetri, Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Under the green Prime Line, a yellow saved button catches your eye. I wonder what Kim's default radio station is.
Так, давай.
Just a second, officer.
Ten 2, 10 5. This is 41st. Come in. Over.
A scrawny old man sits in a dusty cubicle, smoking, with a large white rectangle sewn on his vest. In front of him is a box shape.
10 4. What's your status? Over. 10 18. 10 20. Over. 10 18. 10 20. Over.
Пожалуйста, просто говори со мной по-человечески. Я не понимаю всех этих цифр.
State your message, sir. Over.
Так, я хочу доложить о пропаже моего
10
удостоверения.
9. Repeat message. Over. 10 4. Message received. This is a very serious situation. I need...
Is it him? What does he want?
Says he lost his badge and needs to report it.
He what? He lost his badge?
This is Communication Officer Jules Pidieux, sir. Over. You mean your partner? Over.
What is he saying?
He's asking who you are.
I'm his goddamn partner.
It's your partner, Satellite Officer Vitmar, sir. Over.
Did he lose his memory along with his fucking badge? Who lost his badge? Dick fucking Mullen. Who do you think?
Нас зовут Дик Ма.
It's Officer Dick Mullen from the bestseller Dick Mullen and the Lost Identity.
Dick Mullen is not your name.
No.
It's the name of a fictional detective who would not lose. Defend yourself. Immediately. They're laughing at you.
Так,
He says this has probably happened to other policemen before him and laughs.
Oh goddamn it. Is he fucking kidding? The whole station's got...
Satellite Officer Vitmar is wondering if you might be joking and adds that this tarnishes the reputation of the...
Mullen dicked us.
He's asking you to stop.
Of course it's serious. He
Satellite Officer Vitmar concurs. Losing your badge is serious. Over. 10-4, I hear you, officer. I'm just going to make a note here that you are in pursuit of your misplaced badge. Over.
Ну все. Поржали еще.
Fuck me. Mac, come in. Got to hear this. Dick Mullen lost his badge.
What's going on?
Super Cop here lost his badge.
He lost his what now?
His badge. He lost his goddamn fucking badge.
He asks you to please stop saying he lost his badge.
Why? Did he find it?
Sergeant Person was wondering if you found your badge yet.
You don't have a comeback. Sorry. It's hard to think like this.
He's not replying. Looks like he's still looking for it. 10-9, come again. I didn't get that. Over.
New heights even for Captain Sober.
Ask him. Ask him if he's lost his gun.
Ствол! Почти ствол! Нет.
Sergeant Orson wants to know if you lost your gun too.
Check your pockets. Check your... Holy fuck. You don't know where it is, do you? Okay, it's gone. Your gun is most...
10-9, come in, officer. Did you get my question? We were wondering about your gun. Over.
Так, давай промолчи.
10-1, you're breaking up. 10-9, repeat please. Over. 10-9, come in, officer. Over. Come in, officer. 10-9, repeat message please. Did you misplace your firearm? Over. He says he doesn't have it.
Dear God, he lost his gun. Oh my, I can't.
This isn't really a laughing matter. Mac can face a giant of Coco Nur by himself, but Disco here made him piss his pants.
Oh, I can't. Fuck. He lost his... Ask him.
I'm not going to.
Ask him.
Sergeant Orson here is wondering if you are still in possession of your genitalia. Over.
Давайте вот это. Да.
That's a negative. Not going.
What's he saying? Share with the class.
He said he sodomized your mother.
The prick ate Mama's vanilla waffles at the captain's birthday party. So...
Sure her vanilla waffles were the only thing he ate?
Shut up, Chester. This isn't funny. This is... Tell him to apologize, right?
Sergeant Orson requests that you apologize for the claims that you made about his mother. Over. He says he's sorry and didn't mean nothing by...
Okay.
Tell him to find his goddamn badge and gun. That's the...
Satellite officer... 10-4, affirmative. Officer is in pursuit of his fire...
Oh, God,
Officer, do you need further assistance? Over.
Так. Да, вот это.
10-4, I hear you. I don't have the...
What does he want now?
He's asking for money.
Is he fucking...
I don't think he is.
Don't give that asshole anything.
Alright, that's a negative on the additional funds, sir. Over. He says it's important to the...
He isn't getting a...
Request denied, sir. Over.
Ладно.
Anything else, sir? Over. Okay, 10-4, sir.
Wait. Before you say anything stupid, think it through. Be smart about this. Ask...
10-4, sir. I'm not hearing your question.
Так, я... Так, так.
That's a negative, sir. I got a 10-12 here. Over.
Да.
What? What is it?
He wants to verify the...
But of course, it says Dick Mullen. Hi.
Tell him to stop wasting time.
What do you need, sir? Over. 10-4.
Hold up, Jules. He doesn't...
Seems like it, sir.
No, fuck him.
Don't tell him anything. You understand?
Sorry, sir. Anything more I can do for you? Over.
10-9, repeat message. I didn't get that, sir. Over. What? What is it? What can...
He seems intoxicated and keeps asking me. Mullen's drunk and emotionally aggressive.
Wrap it up. Don't indulge in his drunken antics.
10.
You probably don't want to continue on this road.
Ладно.
Come again, sir. I didn't get that. 10-9. Over.
10-4, well, that... Does he actually want something, or is he hell-bent on...
He asked if he ever told me about his days.
For God's sake, cut this shit out! Tell him to stop wasting...
Sir, Satellite Officer Vicmar says... So, was there anything else? Understood, sir. Over. Roger that. 10-10. Over and out.
Так, что-то у меня не получилось ничего взять, ни денег, ни хрена еще, ни удостоверения, ни пистолета. Полная жопе.
The white suede feels luxurious under the touch, and as you tap on the gauge, the indicator pin just...
No, that's enough fun with the foldable headlights. I know they are mesmerizing. They are also fragile. This is the Caprice Kinema, my motor carriage. You can use the toolbox and the radio if you'd like.
Motor carriage. Something bad with a motor carriage. A dark lump rises in your throat.
Yes, sorry about that. The Caprice Kinema.
He says it with very badly concealed pride. Nothing. It's probably nothing. Forget I brought it up. Please proceed with the carefree lollygagging.
The Caprice motorcar does provide most of our patrol vehicles.
But this is different. This is a sports model.
Спортивная серия. Ну да, видно.
You're right. I didn't take you for a motorcar enthusiast. Do you also like Tip Top, Detective? An interstellary racing series. You should definitely give it a go if you like motor carriages. It has fantastic... No, I'm afraid not. We have a murder case on our hands, remember?
In the cabin, you see a set of steering...
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Так, с
It
лазаретом.
will take just a moment, officer.
Her voices fade out.
Gottlieb, what do you want?
Готлиб? Вам чего?
He's carelessly chewing on a piece of hard candy.
Oh, it's you.
Так. Ты меня знаешь?
Yes, there's no end to the misfortunes fate has seen fit to rain up. Who? You are? You lost your human visage a while back. Now let's get on with it. I've got more important things to do.
Да, светочувствительность.
That's because you're hung over. Even the radio waves coming from your direction smell like good. It would be an awful nuisance if your experiments with your blood pressure were to cause permanent damage to your vision. A nuisance to you, that is.
Так.
With all the damage you've been dealing yourself with drugs and alcohol, I'm not surprised. What else? I'm not a brain doctor.
It's hard to say if he doesn't believe you.
Или не переживает.
And you survived it. Congratulations. Even better. Anything else? I wouldn't worry about that. Officers your age have chronic... What? You want me to do blood work for you again? Tell you just how bad things really are across the board? You want another rundown of everything collapsing inside your body? You want the real, honest-to-God truth? Stop drinking, eat magnesium and vitamin D. Our station is not...
So it's political. You're being neglected because of political reasons.
And no, I don't want to hear a political commentary on the topic. In fact, I got work to do. Some idiot has glued...
It's not fucking cryo-acta-latte. It's super glue, Doc.
Look, pal, getting pumped and dumped is not a disease. People live through it all the time. You should be happy for her. You must have me confused for a close personal friend. I am not.
One needs tending to right now, he thinks, looking around the room.
Так, отлично.
Anything else I can help you with, officer?
Так, гражданской Сильвии, наверное, все-таки надо поговорить.
Of course. What is the number, officer?
Yes, hold on. Her number is...
Received. Hold on, officer.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi slowly begins to tap a little rhythm with...
Officer, I have Sylvie Malaika on the line for you. Yes, hello?
Здравствуйте, полиция, у меня есть пара вопросов.
Oh, right. Hello.
You can hear resentment in her tone. She's not thrilled to be talking to you again. There is no resentment in her tone. She wants you to ask her out. No question about it.
You mean, why did I leave the bar? Honestly, I'm not really...
Why not?
Let's just say I left because I needed to get away from someone. You know who? Maybe, I don't know. I just know I have to take some time off right now.
Полицию вызвали вы?
No,
Yeah.
not me. What? Of course it bothered me. But I thought the union already knew about the court.
При чем тут Союз?
No one calls the police. The union would get angry. You know, what the union says goes. People listen to them and they take care of their own, which is like everyone here.
Legally, no. In reality, yes. Martinez is de facto put...
Words are not necessary to feel the lieutenant's discontent for the situation.
I didn't want to get in...
Push her further. Show her the error of her... No, don't push her. It sounds as if she's about to cry.
The other people who live around here.
Her voice is resigned and weak.
You don't live here. You don't understand. Squealing is for... Please, I just didn't want any trouble.
Так, ну что, будем давить или... Ладно, давайте.
You do? Oh. What else can I do for you? No, sorry. I don't. Not a lot of people have phones around. People don't have the money to have the cables put in again.
So the union has a phone, and there's one further down the coast. Got it.
It was someone else. We'll find them sooner or later, officer. It just might take a while.
Yeah, go on. Yes, I know who you are. You're a police officer. The law. Oh, no.
Real policemen have uniforms too, by the way. Where's yours?
Господи, в форме.
Yes, you absolutely should. It's awful. It feels like you haven't worn yours in a long, long time.
Please, no. Not this again. Everyone saw your cool gun, detective. You were trying to impress some people with it. Everyone was eating, and you were waving it around in everyone's face, begging them to describe it. You said it calms you, and then you...
Some poor sod was trying to eat his pudding while you were screaming, spit flying, imitating the mercy shot right next to him. Spat some in his food. I don't think he touched it after.
Так, лучше бы я себя прикончил.
No, please. No more suicide threats. Thank God you...
There are way more inventive ways than a gun to leave this world. There is silence on the other end of the line.
Me neither.
Да, но что стало с моим пистолетом?
No idea. All I know is next you were waving around money instead, saying things like big bucks cannot... It almost looked like you pawned it. But believe me, I did not ask. Uniform? I never saw you in any uniform. You had your things on. The disco things. Well... You tried to jam it down the toilet, sir. Clogging it completely. After I am sorry about that. Anything else, detective?
То есть я пытался еще и смыть свои бумаги. Жестко. Эй, эй.
No, absolutely not.
О, зачем я... Я не знал, что туда надо нажимать.
I do hope so. Please, don't call me again. Bye.
Yes, you have obviously done something to upset her at the Whirling in Rags when she was still working there.
I'm not mad, it's just... You were so drunk and so emotional all the time, and then the skua thing happened. It just made me want to quit. The stuffed bird, the great skua. You threw it against the wall while screaming, "Fuck that bird." I think you said it had been giving you shit ever since you got there. Didn't seem like you had fun doing it, though. Yes, obviously. You were the worst client I've ever seen. I've had sailors fighting, union guys grabbing my ass, kids stealing booze. Once a guy was glued to the karaoke machine every night for 2 months. But you... Well, you were worse than all of them. Honestly, even about little things like not turning down the volume at 3 a.m. I even liked one of those songs you kept listening to on repeat. No more. I hate... We Go On by the O.O. I can't listen to it anymore. You've turned it into a parody. To hell with that song. Then there was your room. Your project. An experiment to see how bad it can get in there. I tried to send the cleaner, but you wouldn't let me. Threatened to make me understand. I had no... And then screamed something about how you're a piece of shit human being, and why does anyone even let you work as a policeman? That you'd fire yourself, but you can't even do that. And then I had to deal with your toilet. The one you clogged with police. I won't even mention you waving your gun around, harassing customers, threatening to sing... No, you really weren't. You were simply the worst.
Чика, ну расслабься. Ай, ну, очень жаль.
God, I knew I shouldn't have brought it up. Just try not to call me again, and let's pretend it never happened. Oh, all sorts of things. From disco, rock too. Yes, that's the one you like to sing along to.
Interesting. You still have to find a copy, though, before you can blast it. You hear a sigh of relief on the other end of the radio.
Anything else I can help you with, officer?
Так.
57's over and out.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers.
Ну, в принципе, все узнали, то, что надо было.
Hey, so we've been monitoring you internally, and now we know your copo type. Guess. Yes, sorry cop. The cop who's sorriest. Let's make it official then, shall we? Huge lack of enthusiasm going on in here.
Так. О, ладно, ладно, а какие еще есть каналы?
Oh, you know, Apocalypse, Superstellar, The Advanced Interesting Cop, Liquid Shadow Cop. But you're too sorry to say those things. So, here we go. What? Jealous of the sorry cop? They'll be super fine. It'll be totally okay. You can dual copo type from sorry to anything. Yes, impotent rage and lamentation. Let's wrap it up? No, you don't. Come on. You'll be back to saying sorry in 2 minutes. Stop wasting time and begin the repentance. Wow. Okay. Fuck off. Maybe.
Я еще тот. Так, что у нас тут? Повышение уровня нет еще. Или есть? Нет, 95. Потом можно будет апнуть что-нибудь. Так, что у нас тут есть? Инструменты. Монтировка, болторез и фонарик. Хорошо. Одежда майка и кружка. Так, что еще? Кто позвонил в участок? Даже возместить ущерб. Найдите удостоверение и пистолет. Где же я мог его оставить? Ну, в принципе, можно в номере еще посмотреть. Там где-то монтировка нужна была. Стоп! Тут можно собирать бутылки? Надо же.
Yes.
Все, с ним покончено пока. Поднимаемся наверх, сходим, посмотрим. Так, ну чё, постучимся еще раз. Попробуем, может, у нее что-нибудь разузнать.
The door is closed. This door can only be opened with a key or from the inside.
Ай, думаю, плохая идея. Ким старается не смотреть на сломанную дверь в ванну. Да.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face.
Нет, не могу еще пока. Не хватает.
Kim also tries not to look at the pile of taped viscera on the carpet, or the weird suitcase on the hat rack, or the potted plant dying in the corner. But it's all just too morbid to ignore.
No problem, officer.
Повышение уровня. Так, что у нас тут? Логика. Риторика. Драма, визуальный анализ. Эмпатия. Сила воли. Стойкость. Стойкость, наверное. Или подожди. Один разочек сделаем. Пожди, диван.
The bed is cold and not particularly inviting, but it's yours. The sheets look awful.
Я думал, может быть, тут посмотреть. Ну ладно, давайте пройдем, посмотрим.
The door is closed. Still nothing. The lieutenant gives. He doesn't like where this is going.
Ладно, ладно, уходим. Не получилось. Ну что ж. Еще надо пробовать искать что-нибудь. Все потратил. Надо боевой дух, наверное, что-нибудь такое. На обложке изображен очень мускулистый мужчина. Объят ему книга про паштеты, медичение, радиотехнологии. Аннет. Здравствуйте, сэр. Заходите в магазин открыт.
The store is open. Are you interested in a new and exciting book?
Так, что это у вас за
It's a
магазин?
bookstore, sir. We sell books, postcards, and some board games. It's called Crime, Romance.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold your horses, little girl.
That is a book. They have stories inside them. It's like someone told you a story. A postcard is a small cardboard picture. You can write a few words on the other side and send it to your...
She is unfazed by your questions. She would consider it impolite to point out...
Board games are like little games on a table, made to pass the time. My pleasure. Anything else you'd like to know? Okay, sir. I'll try to answer any questions you have. My name is Annette, sir. My mum, her name is Plaisance. She owns the store. She's inside minding the register or organising. Feel free to step in and browse our wares. I'm signalling that the store is open. Otherwise, people might not know. They'd miss out on the crime, romance, and biographies of...
A sudden gush of wind turns the pages of the books on the counters. She covers her face, smiling, but she's cold.
Ты замерзла?
Kind of you to offer, sir.
What could you do to help her anyway?
Thank you, sir. I'm happy to help Mum out with the store.
Так,
I do my studies at home at the moment. I have to help Mum
она
keep this
учится
place
дома. Ну,
running.
дистант, что понятно. Дистант.
School? Well, mine is a big yellow building on Boogie Street, and the people there run it. They say it's a charity. Mum says it's necessary to do both because it builds character. Mum says a proper worker is dutiful. That's how you get ahead in.
There is stress and unease behind these words. She's reciting etiquette.
Mum says it's peachy. She was a little afraid at first. There's talk about this house being cursed.
Behind her, the window has been boarded up. You sense the boards creaking, twisting for a second, and some kind of doubt in her tense shoulders.
Cursed in the way that makes them say that no business has ever really thrived here, sir. That they all go... Exactly, but we've been doing fine so far.
We can go into the bookstore and ask about the case, but I don't see much more to look into here.
Yes, please do look at our wares inside. The postcards and board games you asked about are also there, sir.
Что ты знаешь о других разорившихся заведениях? В чем проявляется это проклятие? Ну-ка.
Nothing really, sir. Mum doesn't allow me to sneak around in the back rooms or the cellar. I don't really know what's there.
И в чем проявляется это проклятие?
It does not manifest itself in any way. It does not exist. I liked it better when we were talking about whether it's appropriate to stand out in the freezing weather. No such thing.
Anything else you wanted to talk about, sir? Maybe I can tell you about some of our books instead.
Что еще за
Crime
детектив?
fiction is about murders or burglaries or things like that, and the work of a policeman or a private detective who's trying to solve a crime and catch the criminals.
Crime is what we were solving before this conversation began.
It's exciting to people, I guess. They get to imagine dangerous things, and it's kind of like a puzzle. You don't look much like a policeman. Didn't mean to offend, sir. Sorry, sir. It's just that you don't look like Dick Mullen.
Бравый весперский полицейский, который брачно стоит на тело мертвого. Так. Ну давай вот так.
Head, yes. But that's like the same thing. Not really, sir. Yes, sir. He's just a fictional character. I understand. He's no match for you. Maybe you can show me some real police work, sir. Like in the books.
Так, ну тогда что такое
It's the
роман?
type of book where there's a rich lady and she has to choose between the good man and the bad man. Or there could be a story about a poor lady getting a rich man. It's about man and lady business, sir. It happens, but usually the guy gets rich in the process. Or should actually be rich himself. Those are unhappy books, for most of the pages. People sad about... These are not very common. You can't have a choice between bad and bad. Nobody wants to read it. Well, maybe then it's fine. Maybe if the lady then decides not to pick either, because she doesn't need a bad man. Yes, That would be interesting. That's really not a proper romance story. That's more like everyday life. Not in romance books, sir. These are about nice and pretty people, and everyone is happy in the end. I haven't read many of those. Maybe you should ask Mum. I don't think it's a romance story if the main characters break up, though. No, I don't know. Yes, she knows books, definitely.
What was that? An idea for an unfinished novel stuck somewhere. Later, when you get the chance, you should address these issues by getting drunk. That'll show.
Maybe some about other books?
Такие
Oh,
знаменитости.
kings and queens and generals of old, or artists and writers, or musicians, those kinds of people. I think that's why people read them, to find the secrets of their fame.
Seems like most people who read those books fail to get more famous from reading them.
But it does make the famous people more famous. Why would they do that, sir? You're not that old. Maybe you'll do something really important, something that wows the world. Yes, sir.
The girl keeps her hands folded, hidden. Why is that?
What do you mean, sir?
She knows where this is going.
Не бойся, я хочу помочь тебе.
She looks around anxiously. Her hands remain. The lieutenant stands by, looking at a facade of true professionalism. He is far more intrigued by the situation than his poise reveals. She brings out her reddened hands, her nails frayed.
And you knew this from me keeping my hands folded? Well, that proves nothing. Anyone could do an easy deduction like that. You're quite sober.
The lieutenant does not flinch at the comment. He does not flinch even a single bit. He is intensely not flinching. It takes effort.
Так, погоди, а почему ты решила, что обычно это не так?
Because you usually aren't. I sure hope you are, sir.
There she stands, swaying on her feet, assaulted by the earth. There's something you're missing.
Ладно, мне пора, увидимся.
Wow, you work hard. Oh, yes, you hustle. You're a provider. It's tough out there, but you keep it real and provide. Look at yourself. You're a human pedometer. You must have walked 200,000 steps down cracked asphalt, mosaic, sand. That is the sign of a hustler who never gives up. The world is harsh and people are evil. You didn't make it that way, and you won't let it break you. You ride. A little. You make money. You got gills, baby. Got those black papers with the faces of the innocents on them. It ain't easy, but you do it. Day in and day out. You didn't make the rules, but sure. And has it been easy? Is life easy? Have you not gone into cardiac arrest? Are you not about to have an anxiety? Are you rich? That's right. You work harder than anyone. You almost rode yourself to the grave, and you're still practically a hobo. Why is that? Because of the taxes. G-Man's got his jam-covered sticky fingers in your pocket, stealing from you every time you buy, sell, walk, talk, fart, so much as sneeze. Every time you wipe your ass, they got their direct and their indirect modes of taxation. Sales tax, excise duty, 98% of all your money. Here you go, hustler. Fight the righteous fight. Free the people. Keep it real. Keep it street. Keep foaming at the mouth furiously.
Так, проблема, решение. Пять часов. Временный бонус, если на минус 1 авторитет. Маленький человечек становится все дальше. Ну, не знаю, думаю, нужно ли это. Никакого полезного нету. Фишки. Минус 1 авторитет. Или это... Или наоборот, это прибавляет. Не знаю, наверное, что-то прибавляет, может быть и нет. Что я могу у продавщицы спросить? Ну, возможно, она меня знает. Сборник рецептов национальной кухни Орды. Во всех рецептах используется озерная фасоль. В темном углу запрятаны старые спортивные журналы. Стоп. Подарочные зелья и подтаявшие конфеты. Трактат о магии фашистов. Забавно иллюстрированная брошюра, очень цветастая.
The plaque on the shelf reads, Biographies of famous people. You see a large variety of names, none of which ring a bell.
I would say... The Greatest Innocence. Yes, most certainly. It's an important educational tool, delving into the depths of history, a very influential historical figure. But surely I don't have to tell you that. You're a law officer, and law officers have at least... The book is also very daring. The author aims to re-examine the universal understandings of the innocentic system, creating a fresh vantage point and a shift in the tired order of things. Certainly, it's prudent for a person to have at least an elementary understanding of history and society.
You feel like you should get this one? Definitely. It's important somehow. There's something personal inside. Browsing through all the books with all their names makes you... Suddenly, a particularly odd title catches your eye. It reads, High Speed Love chronicles the romance between two. Next to Irv's life story, next to that, Revacholian radio personality.
I really must insist you buy one of the books. Reading them is not for free. Do still browse, though, but not too long. I'm sorry, I did not mean to rush you. You are browsing. Go.
Просто так постоять не получится.
This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance, and biographies of famous people. There's also a wide range of paranatural literature.
Ладно, давайте с ней просто поговорим для начала.
Welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People. My name... Be welcome, and please take responsibility for the energy you bring into this space. I am the proudest owner of our little shop of culture. Cursed? Who said that? Annette? I will have a word with her. This place is not cursed. It has a robustly... Annette, yes, my daughter. I hope she wasn't slacking off again with her nose in science fiction. Tell me, was she at her post doing her job like a proper girl?
Да, конечно, работала. Почему?
Wonderful. Did you talk to her?
Да.
Great. On a scale of 1 to 10, how compelled were you to buy books after talking with her?
Her opinion of her daughter depends on how well she lured you into the store.
Да 10 давай.
My precious, her dedication brings joy to my heart. If you have children, I hope they turn out as great as my Annette. God. I've told her not to do that. It's such a disgusting habit.
A part of hers too, clearly.
She can, if she has enough willpower. This is what's called growing pain.
Come on, ma'am. It's obvious she can't do anything about it. You are placing an unnecessary burden on a young child.
She stands stiff and severe, silently fuming.
Oh no. Hold on. I need to invite her inside and apologize. She must be freezing out there. I don't know what to say to you. My husband, he tries to teach me business lessons. I have what my mother called a dull mind.
It sounds like both the husband and the mother treat her the way she treats Annette.
Oh. Well, my mother was horrible, of course. Absolutely perverse energies around that person.
My husband is completely different, of course.
She's been too busy helping me here, so she studied at home this trimester. This is a temporary solution, of course. I assure you, I of all people understand the importance of education.
And hell freezes over? Never mind. It's not a good topic to get into.
Yes, I'm afraid so. A real treat she is. It would be nice if she had... No, we couldn't have afforded more children, really. Not in this economy.
A glimmer of sadness blinks through the well-crafted exterior.
We're quite busy people, you know, my husband and I. Quite busy. Children are a lot of work. You don't look like... I'm sorry. I'm sure you do understand. Yes, my husband is a successful entrepreneur east of the river. If only he were more involved in the business we're running up here. No matter. Soon we'll both be off. It's a proper place to live. One of the most peaceful neighbourhoods east of... Most of the buildings are empty at the moment. It's a great opportunity. He made the initial investment. Since then, he's been what you might call a silent partner.
The woman looks aloof, her features much softer. Occasionally, she glances at her daughter's silhouette.
Goodness, you were already doing good, browsing the shelves. Why'd you stop? Don't you feel compelled? Go. Everything is on the shelves. Take a look yourself. The shelves compel you.
She smiles and nods, seemingly relieved.
Понятно. Теперь тогда дойдем к дочке. Может быть, что там стало чуть получше.
I'm sorry, sir. I can't talk right now.
You just can't win. Out of the rain and into the gutter.
Math. It's really difficult. Like, really. They say you need it to get... Oh, I found something while you were away. I thought this would fit you. Like, thanks for helping out. Not me. The city, I mean. Like a detective does. Just what Dick Mullen would ask. I got it from behind the curtains. I'm not really supposed to go there. Maybe. It's the hat Dick Mullen wears all the time. You'll look way more serious with that. Right, I have to get back to my homework now. Before Mum notices. Man, this is hard.
Чё, теперь у меня появилась шляпа? Угу. В шляпе круче. +1 к энциклопедии. Здорово. Внушение -1. Что не круто, конечно.
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks, featuring an extremely...
Не, пока книги не будем, надо долг отдать, копить. А, стоп. Чё еще? Попробовать сюда зайти.
You see a set of tattered curtains blocking the way to another.
Excuse me, officer. The back room is strictly for employees only. Nothing. Now please go back to browsing.
She speaks almost as if she's trying to put a spell on you. Oddly enough, the more she tries to draw you away from the... You see some kind of charm, an irregular polyhedron assembled from bones. This is a traditional Seminese ward, meant to provide inhabitants of Ile de Fantôme. The seminar, aside from poking at it suspiciously, there is nothing else to do with the...
Ладно, пока не будем слишком агрессировать. Чтоб прям ворваться и открывать занавески. Конечно, тупо бы было. Северный Бест. Причал Мартинеса. Разбилось окно, обратись к телевизионному. Надо где-то пакет достать. О, теперь можно в пакет складывать. Так, полиэтиленовый пакет с надписью «Фрит». Орфография сохранена. Надпись выполнена в динамической и энергичной манере, как будто говорящие доступные цены. Когда ты открываешь его, в лицо бьет солодовый запах, аромат дрожжей и пива. Идеально подходит, чтобы собирать тару. Слушай, подожди, а потом...
This coin-operated viewer is facing southwest. Its coin slot is full of fossilized bubblegum. The metal feels cold and wet under your palm. A thick layer of graffito covers the lenses. That's Kuno on the lens. Under the graffito, a sea of blues and greys appear. Behind the water lies a coast. You know this to be the star of Periconesus, or the Cairo, the central symbol of the Periconesian church, a star. The church looks old and weather-worn. Around the large wooden building, you see chunks of sea ice gathered on the beach, and a small tent set up on the ice.
Probably some kids.
A simple but clever solution to ruin in a coin opera.
Понятно. Чтоб с пакетом уж не ходить, как-то было бы странновато. Стой, а что за табличка там? Ну, денежки. Потихоньку так 130 и наберем. Отверстие от пуль. Кто тут стрелял? Где-то у меня еще там была урна. Надо будет тоже пособирать. Тут нельзя. Морское чудовище? Но это, наверное, вряд ли. Древний фонтан. Вода больше не поддается, теперь не растет дерево. Следы шин, практически уничтожены дождем и мокрым снегом, ведут на крышу. Жизнь ням-ням вовсе не должна быть борьбой.
Doesn't need to be a struggle. I'll be with you in a moment, officer. Let me just finish my sandwich.
Воздух наполняет оживленный щебет и крики ласточек. Да как тебе совести хватает, говорить о своей спине каждый раз, когда нужно достать рулетку?
Honey, you're a man with a fork in a world of soup. Please, let's just try to enjoy the game, all right?
Сэндвич.
I'm trying to, but you keep breaking my concentration. You're old. I can see that. We're both old. Now stop grabbing your ass like it's a girl.
These manly men are playing balls. This is a ball game. Grab a ball and play it. Don't ask questions. No, you got this. There's the ball. You're the game.
Я же не знаю, как играть.
You are immediately surprised by the ball's lack of weight. God, this is right. You feel the familiar tremble of excitement and adrenaline that precedes every The cold metal ball is surprisingly smooth against your neck. It has a pattern on it. Already your muscles are... A chilly breeze ruffles your hair as you stand there, feet firmly planted. All sounds, smells, even the wind. Everything fades until the only thing left, an embodiment of pure motion. A fine-tuned... Some would still say you're a cop, but I guess we're beyond that now.
Merde! Bordel de merde! What the hell is your problem? I don't care if you are a cop. You do not just ruin someone's game.
A man his age getting worked up like that? Better watch that blood pressure.
You vandalized our game, son! We can't play pétanque with 5 bull! No! We are not good, goddammit! We want our bull back!
Take it easy, René. This is just a misunderstanding, isn't it, officer?
Of course there's harm done, you orange slug! You owe us a goddamn bull!
Ну ладно.
Good. Mistakes are forgiven when men at least try to right their wrongs. I believe you will try. Now, why did you approach us? Ah, yes. King Philip III on his steed.
Oh, absolutely. At the mercy of a
superpower, feared and respected. A testament to what this country can be. Decisively, without fear of offending the sensibilities of the frail and weak-minded among his subjects. This is something the insurgents never understood. A nation is only as strong as its leader. That's why it was such...
Don't get started on that again. What happened, happened.
The Carabiner doesn't reply, but his entire being communicates
Right. Yes. The terrain here provides an interesting variety to a familiar game. Yes. It was left by heavy artillery fire. Why what? Because that's what happens when communards hijack your country, execute your supreme leadership, and turn your capital into a slaughterhouse. You use heavy ordnance to clean up your home. Commies, communists, socialists, anarchists, call them what you like. They just chose the name to feel special. Senseless sentimentality. Sadly, no. It was the foreigners who brought them to their knees. We fought valiantly. Too valiantly. Should have fought dirty, like they did with their suicide sex cult propaganda and mad anarchist women strapped to shrapnel bombs.
It was probably a bit more complicated than that.
Because this place is a damn beachhead. Had to soften the commies. Yes, The military coordinated amphibious landing to take back Revachol. Martinez was used as one of the 3 footholds in Revachol during Operation Deathblow in 08. The other 2 are off in Stella Maris and the Delta. This here is Blood Ground, where Coalition boots first made landfall and cleaned those rabid dogs out. Most
Blood Ground. You got old René going there. Like he isn't hungry enough already.
Mm-hmm. Don't get me wrong, officer. I hate those foreign dogs, but the enemy of my enemy and all that. Damn right, son. They lit the fire of hell on the city before they stormed it. And the rest of the city got cleaned up, but Martinez they keep as a monument.
Well, it's your own damn fault. You, we, the Coalition, Revachol, whoever you want to blame, never finished the job.
You don't even begin to truly understand the players on the table, let alone the specific circumstances surrounding the...
Thinking men have opinions on these things. Present one.
Preposterous! Surely you don't mean it. I'm just sorry it had to be them. After I would have preferred if the right honorable...
This royal failure weighs heavily on him.
Instead, all that is just, holy, and beautiful in the world was wiped away, and this is just what the commies wanted. It doesn't. That was 100 years ago. Ain't got nothing to do with any damn Frissel. He was the king we couldn't protect.
He slouches as he says that. It makes him smaller, admitting they left the king to the mob.
A true king in both blood and mind led Revachol before Frissel. He would have been better, but the damn commies, the suzerain is the king. Has everyone forgotten already? They've forgotten already. It's no use talking to you. You were still in Daddy's balls when it happened. When we took our last stand against the filth and rode the cavalry straight into gunfire. Unfortunately, I don't. And like most of the locals, I have no qualms about assisting law. In Martinez, the union is the law. So can you really... Cop is a pejorative term. I don't have a problem with policemen. On the contrary, if I knew, I would not be afraid to tell you. I simply don't. I'm an old man.
This is a man with a lot of past, but little present, and almost no future.
Теперь осталось найти этот шарик, который я бросил. Металлический шарик.
The worn and beaten.
We can sit on benches after we've solved the murder.
Я просто смотрю пока что.
The dented yellow melb.
Ладно, уходим с пирса, идем дальше.
This coin-operated viewer is why place a tourist attraction in the middle of such poverty?
There was a revitalization project in 49. They got as far as the street lamps and the statue on that intersection. Then something went sour. I suspect we should have done something about the union 10 years ago.
Your money disappears into the coin slot. The curtains on the display open. You lean in to catch the view. The lenses shift. The ghost sharpens into an islet in the bed. It looks as if it was abandoned quite some time ago. Nothing but a rotten tooth, its leaves ripped from it by the winter wind.
Really? I don't have the eyesight to make it out.
The little brave birch tree seems to wait.
Да, зря потратил деньги тут. Ну ничего. 0,45 всего лишь. Так, и что теперь делать? Куда пойдем дальше? Ну, попробуем в магазинчик зайти. Посмотрим, что тут еще есть интересного. Желтые розы, десятки роз, а еще и тюльпаны. По радио играет меланхолическая попса.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles. Their logo is the bloodless rose, pure white.
Just ask me if you need anything from St. Baptiste. We don't stock prescription meds, but we do have Nosafed durum. I don't know. Let's see. Nosafed is a nasal spray. Dramamine is a really good... I don't really know what hypnogamma is. I guess it makes you feel less shit. It's recommended to use after... no. Sorry. I'm not... St. Baptiste. You know. The pharmaceutical... St. Baptiste Pharmaceuticals. The one that sells meds out of St. Baptiste. That one. There.
She is right. Saint Baptiste, the company, derives its name from Saint Baptiste, the city. Itself so named because that's what it is.
Понятно.
A colorful display of cigarettes and alcohol bottles line the shop wall. There, in that dark green glass, all in vain. The great flowing river of warmth, wine, alcohol, beer, alcohol.
Guess not, no.
Good thing you're an unrecovering.
I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health. But I guess you already know that.
Вино, водка. Два вина. Чё?
Here you go, mister.
Сигареты. Один разочек. Ну, по миссии надо выполнить. Где там было? Найдите сигареты покурить. Ладно, подожди, попроще, посмотрим еще тут.
The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign. Your bottles clunk into the machine, and the money.
Ну все, будем сдавать.
Welcome to Frit. Feel.
What's that magazine she's reading?
I don't know. Frit?
Пакет фриты, помните?
A 7 to 11 grocery store. I think they think that the extra tea makes it.
The story goes that normal fritta with 2 T's, a men's workwear shop in Vredefort, was already.
You mean this? This is Pop Stars. It's got like...
Looks like it also has something called Police de la Mode, featured on page 34. This speaks to you. She pops her raspberry-flavored bun. Her shoulders tense. She shuffles back only slightly. Bewilderment and repulsion. The lieutenant frowns at you before turning to the clerk with an apologetic half smile.
Okay. I'm not really supposed to be chatting to anyone, but... A warehouse? I don't know. Maybe. I don't really care what Frit does.
She scrunches up her face into an expression.
Fine. Frit doesn't have a warehouse. Just a little back room here. Okay?
Ясно. Не дождашься.
I don't really know anything. I mean, I know it's there, but I haven't seen it, so... Not really. No. I don't know, really. Lol. I don't know.
No need to worry. It's just standard procedure for us to ask around. If you hear...
Okay. Uh-huh. Reality? You mean, what reality?
She is like a student unexpectedly called upon by a teacher. Can she answer the classroom?
I don't know. What about it? We're in Frit? As mankind, or...
What will her essay prompt be?
We're in Revachol, like on the Insulindian Isola. You're welcome.
Сколько времени?
I don't know. Look at the clock. It's...
The clock shows the time at 10:09. The hands seem to be still. It's
when ordinary people take over the government and... yeah. It happened like 50 years ago or so. So, our government? Or do you mean something else? Sorry, cool.
Ну, в принципе, я все узнал, что можно у нее. Сигареты купил. Нахрена? Ладно, один раз. Один разочек. Чисто по заданию. Так, где у нас рюкзак? Секреты. Что я сделал? А.
There it is. A brave little army in your pocket. The first Smokes platoon. 20 brave. Already you regret it, looking at the pack. But don't worry. You can come back to this later. The army...
Сигареты Астра. Как их использовать? Ну и... Я не знаю, вот я жму, ничего не происходит. Инвентарь. Ну-ка, подожди. Журнал, инвентарь выделить. Это не то. Ты... Антистачник? А что такое антистачник?
A kind of a worm, content with mere survival. They come, they want to do our job for shittier pay, screwing over both themselves and us. Everybody loses. Beats me. Somewhere in the ground, I think. Gotta be bloody stupid, freaking evil to scout. Or I guess Scared, maybe. But personally, I'd rather beg than scab. If the gentleman shouting on the street came begging, maybe they'd have gotten something. We've explained the matters, but they don't listen. This lot would be reasonable and go home if the big guy wasn't riling them up all the time. I was just messing with you. No one's ever seen a cop scab. Imagine, you cops going on a strike, but then another cop...
Psst. Show him your stolen card. Now has arrived the perfect moment.
Speaking of, what brings the RCM here, to the Wild North? Come to see the strife?
Ну давай
The
посмотрим.
man looks at the colorful piece of plastic. Then,
But that's not you, officer. From back when you were not a cop, but a heavy-set, dark-skinned dock worker named Santiago John? Highly unlikely. I've known John for several years now.
now you're in a mess. The time hath not arrived. Sorry.
Oh, John's been out drinking himself blind again? He should watch his step, that John.
No, it will prove useful still. Believe your thieving fingers.
Oh, is my friend in some sort of trouble? Who knew?
Ну, так, что у нас?
Murder, huh? That sounds like a lot of hard work. You'd never see me investigating a murder. Of course, Policia. It wasn't me. You can rule me out.
He didn't do it. It's the truth.
My friend, I respect the right to roam. The open range awaits. I don't operate in that capacity. I'm not a granter of pass.
If it's all so simple, why don't the strikebreakers just go up the stairs?
Aye. Walk right past Measurehead and go. Yeah, the 2.5-meter tall Semini Supremus is there. Walk right past it, then press the button to unlock the door, then go past him again, and you enter the arbor through the office. Está. Don't worry, I'm sure it's not completely impossible. For example, you could best Measurehead in a physical or you could convert to a Semini supremacist worldview. Or, maybe it actually is completely impossible. Not yet, no. He's incredibly strong. Jean-Luc himself would say the philosophy has proven overly heroic for the scabs to convert to. Not in... Sure. Sure thing, my friend. I can help you out.
The coin lands into your hand as if it has always belonged there.
Always glad to help out the RCM. Shame I can't do more. Things are meager at the moment due to, you know, the winter's fat is slowly running out and all.
Денежки
Still better
немножко
than
получили.
scabbing though. Nothing to worry about really. The jam's a bit of a mess, cargo can't get in or out. The rationing is a bit stricter is all. Supply should... I'm always glad to help out when possible. Not like these slithering scabs. You know, serious business. I'm sure the big boss will be glad to tell you.
He's a chatty guy. Wants to talk about the strike. Return once you've met the union boss and are on a better footing with the...
Понятно. Болтологией любит заниматься. Да, зайти вряд ли получится. И так тоже. Ну что, остается туда идти. Хотя, подожди, там есть еще проход. Нет, стоп. Одинокий баклан наблюдает за морем, безразличный к твоему приближению. Ого.
This is a wall on the side of an apartment building.
3%. Садовый шланг, пока снег не растает, вряд ли кому он понадобится. Балкон с видом на двор и на деревню, и на дерево, на котором повесили жертву. Столы и стулья, побитые дождем и гнилью.
Hey, what's that noise down there?
Это синяя еще одна линия пулевых отверстий. Он тут стреляет, дай боже, походу. Это мой плащ, 100%. Ага. Пробуй зайти туда.
It's been a week and now they show
You
up?
see a young man on a balcony nursing a...
Not looking for any trouble, officer. I don't want to be seen talking to the gendarmerie if that's okay. I just want to finish my cigarette.
Don't let him go. This could be your witness. The balcony has a great view of the whole thing.
Is it really that important?
Like a nervous cat, he keeps stealing looks at the neighboring windows.
All right, but make it quick. Once I finish this cigarette, I have to run. I'd even go so far as to say that the view is a little too good, my dear gendarme. Do you have an estimate?
We will remove the body as soon as possible. Now tell us.
Oh. You already asked me that, didn't you?
Wait, is someone else investigating the lynching?
No, not you two. Some more muscular type.
And when did you speak to this more muscular gentleman?
Last week? I don't know. Look.
You didn't answer the question. What?
I had a friend over. It was my Sunday friend.
Воскресный друг? Воскресный друг.
A Sunday friend? How intriguing. He doesn't reply, gesturing no with his cigarette. Under the dull and darkening sky, the neighboring...
My name? My name?
Martin Martinez? Good local name. Let's go with that.
No. We won't. Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to get going. Good luck with the investigation.
Ну, 42%, что я сделаю?
He's gone. No point in running. Tenements like these often have multiple exits. If he doesn't want to talk to us, then he'll know how to hide himself. He could be a witness. Him or his Sunday friend. Either way, We need to look into... There has to be a way of getting inside the building. Once we found a way in...
Так, что у нас там? Курильщик на балконе. Найдите способ попасть в большой многоквартирный дом на севере. Ну, двери есть.
Are you trying to sneak up on me?
Logic error. She is not sleeping.
Pig's come to take me out. Trying to snuff me out. Don't get fucking clever with me, pig. You think you're... Trying to sneak up on me again.
Почему вот эта дверь не активна? Это интересно. И тут тоже. Пу-пу-пу-пу-пу. Оранжевая бомжовская шапка. Назафред. Скорость реакции. Чё, риторика? А, -1 риторика. Нет, не надо.
Yes?
О, подожди. Рю де Сан-Гислен, северный объезд. Жилой комплекс Кейпсайд.
Hey, up here, Piggo. The streets will flow red once more. A great torrent rushing down Rue de Esperance. You wait and see.
The streets will not flow red with anything. Who are you?
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know? Date of birth, blood type, the last time I was tested for Hep C. And here I was trying to be polite. Just can't win with you pigs. I ain't no snitch, Pigstein. Go forth and forage.
Actually, there is a shortage of people who talk to us in a normal, calm, informative...
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant.
She nods disdainfully toward the woman performing maintenance on the boat docked next to the pier. Hatred, disgust. It's difficult to tell which of the two is more present in her girlish features.
That Ozon whore. Someone's got to keep an eye on her.
Ozon is an archipelago. 2 days the woman on the boat does not notice her steering.
Probably the Wild Pines rep. We should talk to her. She's a professional negotiator, though. I have the feeling she will be very cooperative while telling us... You should take the lead. Ask her unexpected questions, you know? Do your thing. Don't be afraid to get a bit wacky.
Good idea, piggies. Run along now. Fuck her shit up good. Impound that boat. Can't you tell? I'm painting a beautiful mural. I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right words. Have you ever tried your hand at graffiti-o? When faced, we rarely see pigs round here.
She wants it to be something true and total.
This place is severely lacking in I thought I'd mix it up. You know, yeah?
Паблик арт. Не обращай на... Так...
Thanks. I'm sure the
You've lessened her desire to deface the building.
Watch your back, ungulate.
Хотел войти в этот... в доверие. Стоп, сначала давайте опросим снаружи. Еще один магний. Твой номер в танцах не сильно больше. Непонятно.
A striking woman leans against the cabin top of her sailing boat, smiling as you approach. Her green raincoat glistens.
Good evening, officers. I'm Joyce. Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbour. You gentlemen must be from the RCM. I'm glad to see you here.
Like steel, there is strength there. If she wanted, she could sink her...
I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I can do to assist the RCM in this matter, I will.
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague will take the lead on this interview. I should let you know that he is recovering from a new...
How interesting. I wish you a swift recovery. In the meanwhile, you have my full cooperation. And the full cooperation of... Why, yes I am. The boat? No. It is called Coeur de Lake.
The word, it, feels strange. Such a beautiful boat deserves a proper name.
Okay. How about Coeur de Lake 19? Why? Because it was manufactured in Revachol East by a company called Coeur de Lake, and its hull is 19 paces long.
Dolores.
What? I think I'll stick with the factory name, but thank you. It's a pleasure craft, a 19-pacer. It also happens to be rated for Category 1 racing, though these days I mainly use it for business. My sloop, I like it a lot.
I'm enjoying this part of the interview. It has solid...
I really do, the lieutenant thinks. Is she thrown off yet? He's looking at the woman, assessing her.
Of course there are. We're on an archipelago. How else are you supposed to get around? Yes, we are. We are on Le Caillou. We are. And the city of Revachol is on the island of Le Caillou. I haven't seen anyone else drive a souped-up Capri Kenema motor carriage either.
Прикинь на этого лейтенанта.
Actually, that motor carriage has been specially issued to serve as a patrol and pursuit vehicle. It's for crossing long distances in the greater Revachol.
Neither is this. A toy, I mean. It's a machine for crossing long distances in the... Officer, I assure you I'm a highly...
The crowns of her teeth are porcelain, white as the boat's hull as she smiles. Qualified pleasure craft operator. So charming. Where's the damn license?
I just renewed its safety inspection last month, officers. It is completely seaworthy. In fact, it's taken part in not one, but two insulindic regattas.
even finished once.
Actually, you don't. It is a little known fact among those who police that the Wayfarer Act specifically denies the RCM the authority to demand anyone's operator license.
Погоди-ка.
I was just being polite. Even school children know the Wayfarer Act. No need to politicize this. You may still ask for the lady's passport.
Of course.
The woman is silent, smiling while the waves lap against the hull. In your hand, under the plastic, the Republic of Vespa, formerly the Republic of Vespa Messina, was once a dual kingdom. An amicable parting of ways, the woman, born in the year 3 in the commune of Revachol, smiles at you, face adorned with frown lines and crow's feet.
Yes, but please don't call me that. Joyce is much more...
She doesn't like it. Probably a bad memory. Mean girls at school.
My husband is. I have dual citizenship. A Vespertine is handier when travelling.
She nods and returns the plastic bag to her coat.
Good. What we do? I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole. It's a giant undertaking. The Pines' core competency is logistics. Container shipping, freight, that sort of thing. See those airships there, blinking? Those are the and that is the terminal. Another subdivision deals with energy, oil and gas exploration, offshore platform.
The Wild Pines Group is one of the original Revacholian Indo-tribes. Companies awarded royal monopolies by the king, the suzerain himself, Son Baptiste, Elysium, an unknown entity known as Brightest Star.
Why, thank you. I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can...
$1 billion?
It's a number, officer. It's made of 1,000 millions. A million is made of 1,000 thousands. $20 billion is a large number, but the conglomerate employs 72,000 people. A conglomerate the size of the Wild Pines is like a shark. They started as an exploration and cargo fleet. Centuries of care, deliberation and madness
Читать приходится дофигища, как книгу.
The great unrest to re-emerge with apricots in tow. The logic of the system is You know more than you let on. Certainly it helped, but most of the original Indo tribes have failed or been absorbed. To survive, Wild Pines had to grow and adapt. You mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners, who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo? There are no minor cogs in the system. Each terminal must be accounted for, lest the entire system break. Every hiccup in such a system means thousands...
With your help, hopefully, says her warm tone.
Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets. First, you'd have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Trade in Aliments. That gives me the right to silence. It's quite the octopus. Why? By throwing off half a century of foreign domination under the...
You'd be shooting yourself in the foot, in other words.
But I am derailing us. You wanted to know about the strike. I believe the official title is Senior Labour Negotiator. In practice, I'm a grocery clerk. I relay the union's demands to Wild Pines and return with Wild...
And how are the talks going?
They're not. That's the problem. The union stopped all negotiations a week ago. Now they won't even let me into the harbour. There's a 2-meter-20 racist behemoth blocking the gate. What can I say? The Union employs a giant covered in tattoos. A racist giant. I guess that's part of their big tent organization now. Let's say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I first arrived.
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I prefer to do...
But the strike began in December.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss. Mr. Clare refused to speak with Gaumont despite consent...
This isn't the first time the union has gone on strike?
Heavens no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical plan. This time their demand... Mr. Clare told him to... How did he put it? Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see. Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the union. There are leaflets everywhere, and banners. What did they say again? Oh yes. Every worker, a member of the board.
Most of the workers probably don't know what that means.
In its defense, another said, demand democracy. Pretty tame stuff compared to every worker, a member of the board. It's quite simple, you see. Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision, about what? About anything really, it needs the signal. Just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000 employees of Wild Pines Group. They're having a blast. But how can they afford it? After 4 months, I'm not sure. Naturally, I assume that was just their opening position, a hard-nosed tactic with a side of mockery. But there's been no follow-up, just the same nonsensical slogan repeated over and over again. And now, people are getting lynched, I hear. Behind the whirling in rag.
Excuse me, from whom did you hear about this lynching?
I first heard it from the bowyer at the gates. The one whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think...
This checks out.
The scabs? You mean the huddled masses of Jamrock, come to plead for work where the union refuses to? If they were organized by Wild Pines or its affiliates, then it would be a company secret.
It's implied. She's open to discussing this matter with you at a later occasion.
Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing about him, of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood. He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more... Yes, Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Everard does, and when one's... It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues. The Débardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to establish under the Emergency Act, but they did it. I can respect organized labor at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The brothers Clare came and transformed it into a... How do you say?
Если решили заняться чтением, то именно в эту игру это как книга.
The Débardeurs are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, I suspect we'll be forced to cooperate with them.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past, but I'm afraid our concession... And your opinion, detective, if I may ask. I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Débardeurs Union is... Of course, officer. I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the union.
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore, or coming to work. Downright haunting, if you ask me. The Wild Pines suspected foul play, but what could they do? The point of the presentation is, these kinds of things...
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
Of course. How else can I help? Quite a few things, I'm afraid. The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi from Precinct 50, and this is my colleague from Precinct 41. I'm afraid he doesn't have his badge at the moment. I hope...
How curious. Why is that, Detective?
Awkwardness washes over the conversation. The woman doesn't like this turn of events.
I see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode? I can't hear you, darling. Speak up, please. Oh dear. I suppose this does explain some of the more curious...
She must have been suspecting something.
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional, but he is an officer.
Of course, I sympathize, but I'm afraid I simply can't share anything more.
She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement.
Of course. But before we do, officers, let me... The situation is extremely volatile. The sooner we can speak about this lynching business...
Is what you want to say, but it isn't that easy, is it? Look at that lady. Take a gander. Squint your eyes, bub. Why, yes. Tucked away under that sturdy green raincoat, almost rustic in its simplicity, while dull orange pearls hang from her earlobes, red from the cold. Her light green eyes. These are the kind eyes of the rich man that seem to say, within reason. Now look at you, you misery-clad simian, barely able to tie your own laces. You're poor, poor as balls. You can't ask this person for money. You're too... Maybe you could ask her for some stock tips. That's a maybe.
As I was saying, if there's any way I may be of assistance, please don't hesitate to ask. This reality. Ah, yes, the episode. Sounds like an acute case.
Don't be phased, madame. He functions perfectly well. He only needs a...
We may be here a while then. Ask away, officer. I'll help however I can.
All right, we're in. I know these all look good, but begin with the first, okay?
We're in Martinez, baby. A casual term of endearment popular among the 50-plus crowd. It's a disco holdover. Aren't we all?
She refers to your corresponding ages.
Martinez is a district of Revachol. A very small district tucked away near the industrial harbour. North of the 881 and Jamrock. You would be excused for not knowing about it. Unimportant, they say. Forgotten, even. shelled to smithereens during the revolution. I'm not a good ambassador. I've only been here once before, as a teenager. Not a lot has changed. This place used to be a province, a workers' resort before the city swallowed it and the artillery did its work. The reeds are the real star of the show here now. The further down the coast, it's not really a sea, it's the Bay of Revachol. Yes, we're on an island in an ocean. The world...
Known to the early Revacholians as Les Immensités Bleues, the blue immensities, vast, lukewarm and unknowable, flowing in and out of...
Caillou, as you already know. Imagine a pebble. A smoothed over pebble amidst a great blue sea.
It is clear this pebble is of enormous value and to humanity at large.
Revachol? Revachol is what you call, the great kind.
As if it's self-explanatory, beyond patriotism, a fact.
History detective. They built this city to resolve history. Our part in it, at least. Our centuries. The nations of the Occident, or migrant workers from Semenine and Ile-Marat, depending on your creed. In the DeLorean century, 380 years ago. They say it's where the terrible questions of our time will be answered. The tensions are highest, by that I mean conflicts. We are standing on a fertile, self-sufficient island able to sustain up to 200 million people in the middle of the Insulindic Ocean, the world's connective tissue. It's where the money is. I think it's fair to say so. Martinez is about 22 kilometers from the center of the world. That soldering iron is the bank of the world building. The bottom floors are Insiacom. Coalition...
Silence. She lowers her head. The water, the light. It's as there is no recognition. Only the immensity of the sea and the cold radiating from it.
We are where we are. I have no truer answer to give, unfortunately.
This is one thought you need to complete.
Was there something else you wanted to know? I remember something
This has been informative. Thank you, ma'am. I'm sure my memory-impaired partner has many... Might I suggest not asking them all right now? Ma'am, Messier will be here later too, and tomorrow.
Absolutely. My commitment here is long-term.
Oh, of course not. You are already diligent for getting this far, and diligent boys remember where they left off.
Indeed. I'm always at your service. It's a neurological disorder caused by a lack of vitamin B in the brain. Symptoms include a retrograde amnesia.
She conveys it in short, cold bursts, trying not to invest too deeply in in case he goes down later, souring the entire portfolio.
Well, it's either bariatric surgery or long-term alcohol use.
She nods slowly.
These are unimportant times, Detective. You and I were born after the dust had settled. 1,000th of a second too late. For the big time. The revolution. It's quite easy. Every 100 years or so, our species gets together to decide what's next, who gets shot in the head, and who gets the mineral rights. It's a real kerfuffle. Those would be the communists. Generally speaking, 40 million people got shot in the head. Oh, and the anarchists too. They shot them well, did they ever? Before they got shot themselves, they shot 2 million people.
Yeah, it was a kerfuffle, all right.
Yes, the Insulindian deluge, they call it. Oh, lots of people. Even the king got shot in the head, or thrown beneath a horse, or drowned. Accounts differ. It was unceremonious. The real king abdicated and lived out a long and productive life as a venture capitalist in Grad. Yes, King Guillaume had a nose for bad PR. He ran before it. Him and tens of thousands of his wonderfully fascist kingsmen. The liberals got the mineral rights. And by mineral rights, I mean everything. Liberals are usually middle-class people, Detective. Or the remaining gentry. The beneficiaries of the pre-revolutionary. Some were rich enough to stay with the Constitution, with monarchy. Big mistake. Others bet on the revolution. They were called the Ultra. They didn't win so much as survive. We were the last ones standing when the war ended.
We? She's one of them. Of course.
To foreign intervention. The coalition. Those people really took the mineral rights. The liberals took everything that wasn't nailed to the ground. The coalition took the coalition of nations. Grad, Mesk, Vesper.
There is bitterness in her voice, tempered with understanding. She is critical, but...
The moralists believe in keeping everything exactly the way it is, at least not in the same manner and volume as the others do. They are the long-standing provisional rulers of revolution. This is their zone of control. They embolden the RC.
The color of moralism is blue. The official motto of Moral Intern, or Moralist International, is a blue forget-me-not, a piece of grey sky. Unofficial. For a moment, there was hope.
Ответить. Ну, не думаю.
Of course. Not easy to be moderate about head shooting in your line of work. The turn of the century revolution? The revolution began in 02 on the Isla. It wasn't a who, but a what. A pandemic of Zarat, a particularly virulent prion disease, which the authorities in Grad proved unable to contain. Then it made people overthrow their governments. Of course not. It was a highly infectious microorganism that destroyed brain tissue. From Revachol and Grad? Not far. The world managed to cauterize itself. Mazel. Why? You and I, officer. Our lives in the zone of control.
Something tells you her life and yours are not that similar. Maybe it's because she has a boat and you have that necktie? A pair of pants?
No doubt. But we share the same time and position on the planet's crust. That counts. A city-state divided into free market zones under the everlasting interregnum of the Coalition of Nations. And you, of course.
The clatter of typewriter keys fills the main hall of the reappropriated silk mill. Precinct 41. Chad Tilbrook presses enter. Outside, Officer Elfboy Williams slams the door of an armored motor carriage.
The zone of control is the third incarnation of Revachol. After the failure of modernity, they developed the marvels of the inter-Islary communication, telematic milieus, radiation.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
Time flies. The 20s saw a decade of urban war, west of the river leveled, offshore platforms in flames. Still, it's regarded as an improvement on what came before. The 30s? Things settled down in the 30s. Revachol East transformed itself into the world's largest tax haven, with the international community's blessing. For the first time in a... No. It was a market mirage fueled by cocaine and quantitative easing. The 40s dispelled it like a cold splash, an Isla-wide hangover, you might say. And here we are. Welcome to reality, baby.
For her to be where she is, Wild Pines Group must have picked the right side.
They picked the winning side. That's why they're here, and others are not. Perhaps it wouldn't have turned out that way had I been in charge. I might have bet on the king and led the Pines to doom. I would have sided with the cannons. If you'd seen the calibers of the things, you might... 10 of the 14 Indo tribes got it wrong. Feld, Kupri, Tricentennial. So I suppose... Good question. What would you have done differently? So a quarter of humanity simply lost their minds. And how would you stop a prion, a complex folding protein, unlife, with the technology 50 years ago? Good hygiene. Really. A very moderate solution to it. When they failed to step up...
Opinions expressed here do not reflect the official position of the RCM.
And what is your official position, Lieutenant?
My position, ma'am? My parents got ripped to shreds in the revolution. I would have gone the same way. I was saved by...
Understandable. They are what they are. Who knows? Anyway, enough said.
Not so fast. Who is she in all this? Ask her who she is. She owes you an answer.
Так. 3%, 17.
She won't maneuver her way out of this one.
I am the vilest of the vile. A traitor. A devourer. I am an ultra.
She raises the corner of her mouth, smirking, revealing a canine.
An ultra-liberal. It's a type of liberal. From the revolution. It's, not the moderate kind. Haven't you heard? I am a nether creature of the Forbidden Swamp. One of those who pushed the king under a I can see you thought I'd gone extinct. No sane person identifies as an ultra-liberal anymore.
In her green eyes, you see a mixture of truth and self-satire. Decades of guilt and pride.
That's a pity. I hope we can remain collegial despite it. When the dust settled, the Liberals were the only ones left to clean up the mess. By virtue of their survival, they were handed enormous power to shape. With due respect to our overlords, the eternal caretaker, I would not have relinquished sovereignty to the Coalition. Not here in Martinet.
She realizes her small, cold fists are clenched.
Then for my daughters, we had an obligation to defend our sovereignty.
Dark orange flames reflect in her green eyes. An oil fire on the ocean.
Perhaps. My intellectual vanity...
You're no dummy yourself.
A smart boy getting smarter. One basic term of reality at a time. Yes, I suppose I am. But I would...
Seditious talk, ma'am.
Yes. Whatever else I am, I'm also a mother. And a wife. A bird? A sphenicid? A flightless bird of the polar regions? Some sort of krill hunter? No, wait. You're an ink. Of course you're not, my dear. I'm just terrible at guessing games. Ah. This is the pier of Route or 2. A pre-revolutionary tenement. Old buildings are called tenements, you see. And new buildings, bâtiments. This one used to be 8 to 10 stories tall. A real high-rise by the standards of the last century. Built to mirror mostly the urban middle class, I believe. This was once primo real estate.
Splat, splat.
Wonderful. The girl in the old lady rags. Looks like a sullen and rebellious member of a tea. Yes, you and I belong to the supraculture. We're common. She prefers a fantasy world, an infraculture with its own dress code and vernacular. It is an illusion, I'm afraid. There is no Young people who dye their hair funny colors and wear old people's clothes are stupid, and their little rebellion is self-defeat. All right, what next? Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Anything else? More lessons in basic reality? Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Anything else? Of course, detective.
О, закончили немножечко, да? Жестко.
There it is, a brave little army in your pocket. The first Smokes platoon. You picked the best one. This soldier is fat and succulent. What are you waiting for? Light up. Re-become yourself. People are watching. What a pussy. Will they always be looking though? Shut up and light that. Get a load of this rock and roll cop here, people. Johnny Thundercop fishes a cheap lighter out of his pants. With a flick of the thumb, there's fire. Repercussions, there's a high risk of glory. With a mild chance, cool. It will help you concentrate a bit. That much is true. Thick, warm smoke gets sucked down into your lungs. Immediately, you feel a warm nostalgia fill your head, body, and soul. A nostalgia for yourself, the man you were.
Больше не буду. Ерунду. Так, что мы выберем-то? Драма, полицейская волна, авторитет. Тупая сила, болевой порог. Сила воли. Давайте авторитет. Почему-то проседает сильно. Так, буль, найдите пистолет. Ладно, готово. Я активно. Жамбивю. Жамивю. Ну, давайте. Так, что еще? Ну, потом можно будет, если что, забыть. Это выбросить.
We should think about calling it a day, maybe. The nights are still miserably cold this time. Let's talk to him anyway. An officer of the RCM shouldn't be sleeping in the street. We'll figure something out.
Though he finds this situation frustrating, he is doing his best to not...
Что? Договориться. Ну, давай попробуем договориться, но я думаю, что это не получится. Вот в машине бы переночевал. Ему-то все равно. Да, сложная история. Сделай авторитет, потому что что-то низкий. Ого. Что за тормоза? А, картинка прогружалась. Так. Тут.
Yes, have you got it? Does that arrangement include you paying me what we already agreed you owe me?
No.
I understand your predicament. I feel I must remind you that we are here to conduct an important investigation that also...
Forgive me for saying this, but your colleague seems more committed to drinking, and I mean no offense. It's really nothing personal. I just have to protect the interests of this establishment. Good luck trying to use it.
Draconian measures.
All the locks have an electronic component. They have to be unlocked down here with a master key before your guest key will open the lock. Not until you bring me the money.
Okay. I might have something in my motor carriage we can use when you're done here.
Ким предложил помощь, идите к мотокарете напротив танца. Ладно.
I really didn't want to resort to this. The man is thinking...
Oh, Lieutenant, we're done here.
Ну да, его тоже можно понять. Нет денег, нет номера. Зачем в отеле жить, когда есть свой дом? Очень странно, очень. Уже почти 12 часов.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
I have something here we could sell.
Transport enclosure. Regular people just call it the cage. The cage at the back of the motor carriage looks rather uncomfortable. 4 shiny hubcaps are stacked against.
I confiscated this for a little while back. We can take them to the pawn shop down by the Martinez Canal.
The lieutenant nods as you take the spinners.
И насколько это выйдет? $200? Круто.
Yes?
Еще бы найти этот ломбард. Стоп, подожди. Что написано? Пистолет, удостоверение. Спойте в караоке. Так, а ломбард-то где? Тут граффити. Тут какой-то вход.
A sturdy metal door guards the southwest entrance to the... This could be a way into the apartment building the smoking man... The door rattles against your knuckles, but the door rattles again. But this time, you hear an elderly woman's voice.
Stop banging on the door! I'm not letting any more strangers inside. Ha! The police? Everyone knows the police don't come round here. No, I already told you. I won't be... Go check the backyard door. Maybe someone there will.
Backyard door. With the smoker. You already were there. Didn't work.
Madame, I assure you, we...
There is no reply. Just...
Good. We had enough problems with bums and drunks and thieves loitering in the hallway. You have no business here.
You're well versed in the kind of threatening legalese
О,
that implies
авторитет
criminal
сработал.
liability, but in fact has no meaning whatsoever.
I know my rights, and don't you marm me, boy.
Miss, would it help if we offer to show you our badges?
Ah, it's like a carrot to the stick.
Hold your horses. I don't care about your stinking badge. Just come in.
Нет, подожди, сюда мы-то ладно, мы пройдем. Подожди, сначала надо выспаться. Ломбард на севере, да? Где тут может быть ломбард? Ну, так нижний. Так, стоп. Сейчас. Перс. Карта. Не то, совсем не то. Подожди, может быть, домофон?
An old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta Commerce Center.
Так, сказ сгорело, ателье.
An off-key melody starts playing after you ring them.
Kuno, please stop calling here. Grown-ups don't...
She thinks you're the gremlin child. What would he say to this?
Oh, I'm sorry, officer. I thought you were... But the doorbell is broken, and the bookstore shouldn't even be on the list.
A single beep indicates that the line has gone dead.
Понятно. Но тут не, это не то, совсем не то. Слушай, может быть, у нее спросить?
Hello again, officer. I'm a Nighthawk. What can I say?
She's still here because of yours.
You don't have to stay here because of us.
I like the city at night, don't you? Of course. Where to?
Что на
There's the
севере?
pier, the Cape Side apartment buildings, some more tenements. Not a lot, really.
А на
The harbor
востоке?
gates, some kind of commotion, I think. I don't. Some
юге?
shops and a bridge. The canal bridge leads to just coast. No problem.
Слушай, а может быть, где-то снизу? Просто там, скорее всего, вот эта та граница. Что это? Канализационная решетка. Так, Назафред. Ломбард Роя. Отлично. Стой, сейчас. Перчатушки. Электрохимия. Техника. Шлюз на ремонте до среды 7:15. Маслом вниз. А зачем мне электрохимия? А, я еще могу повысить? Так, хочу трепет. Внушение. Более сбалансировано, чтобы было. Еще есть. Сумрак. Давайте, наверное, стойкость, грубую силу на 1. Эквилибристика. Вообще 2. Все. Поражайте великолепием. Я бы еще те наркотики бы продал, которые у меня скопились. Назадрак или как он там. УПЦ. Какое-то устройство, древний кассовый аппарат. Из женщины, надпись на табличке просто Day. Кинопроектор. Ну, все старенькое такое. Это что?
Typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and table lamps.
Сейчас попробую попозже. Сейчас я продам сначала. Ко мне в ломбард не часто заходят сотрудники РГ. Человек со стойкой не спешит.
His courtesy is not insincere, but he prefers being alone with his projector, just watching the movement of light across the walls of the shop.
Oh no, not at all. I guess I haven't had many customers lately.
Who are your customers usually?
All kinds of people come through here. Locals, travelers, people looking for a deal. As you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from. It keeps me entertained.
Entertained? He might be high. If he is, on what?
58.
Okay, he definitely is high. Whatever it is, you've probably done it. And many are. Looking at his wares, talking to him. A guarded man like him wouldn't tell you if you asked out loud.
Блин. Заблокировано.
Yes, we'd like to sell these hubcaps.
Roy takes the hubcaps from the lieutenant and inspects them.
Yes, these are very, very good. Did you defraud some foreign prince for them? Jump?
No one was defrauded or jumped, I assure you.
Of course. I meant no offense. 200 real.
Thank you. Here's the 130 real you need for your bill. Do not waste it.
The rest is for him. To compensate for the pain of being separated, the windfall is a small consolation.
Anything else you're thinking of selling?
Так. Ну давай.
I'm not purchasing any more clothing at the moment. Anything else you're thinking of selling?
Yeah.
Another time, perhaps. I doubt it, but I can try and answer any questions you may have. I do my best to keep my distance from all manner of butchery.
He doesn't know anything. The pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the dancing colors.
Someone else came here earlier today asking the same question. I promptly sold her the...
This is a pawn shop, and it did feel as if you've met before. The lieutenant shifts from one foot to another, alert.
She didn't seem like a policeman, although she kept referring to herself as a pig, which, truth be told, she was...
Right, so let me get this right. You sold your sidearm, issued by the citizens' militia, and now a civilian is running around the street.
Miraculously, his face does not reveal what's happening inside.
You're right that she could cast aspersions on the force. We have to find her.
My apologies, officer, but I...
A needle in a haystack. There is nothing you can do about it now. You'll just have to hope you luck upon her somehow.
You were adamant about getting rid of it, officer. Said you were undeserving, and I don't like keeping guns around the shop.
He's not telling you the whole story. It seems he's trying to spare you.
You weren't quiet yourself, officer. You were very distraught. You said the gun was a threat to your life and that you can't trust yourself with. When I said that I don't normally buy firearms, you put the gun barrel in your mouth and sort of sucked.
Very normal behavior. You must have been in great shape.
$15 real.
The lieutenant looks from you to Roy, and then back to you. It's clear that he... This has got to be the most. Wow. There's pity there too, in case you didn't notice.
No apologies necessary, officer. Of course. Sure thing. Sure, man.
Ладно, погнали в этот в кафешку. Надо дать долг. 12 часов. Тут обязательно надо выспаться. Я бы сигареты продал. Ну, что тут? Что пошло не так? Значит, ствол продал, документы либо смыл, либо еще куда-то засунул. Я думаю, это вот эта соседка все это сделала. Однозначно. Потому что куда бы это все делось? Хотя, может быть, и не она.
A lot for the room, drinks, and broken wind. Well. Great. Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment for services rendered. If you continue to stay here, I just ask that you please pay your nightly bill. The electronic lock to your room has been disabled till 9 p.m. tomorrow. Please pay for each night in advance starting tomorrow. 20. Of course, always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests. Anything else I can do? Another thing. Great. I love them. Yes?
Вроде бы все. Так, уплатили. Найдите заплатить карту за... Каждый вечер. А сколько у меня? 9. Ну все, пора спать. Или что? Или нельзя еще? Но 20-ки у меня не будет. Еще бы вещи бы продать. Наверное, столько бы и было.
This is the door to the room you read.
Just a moment. You had some questions earlier, I believe. And besides, we should discuss our progress on the...
Ладно, пойдем. Поговорим.
The air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment. He listens to the traffic hum. Then,
where shall we begin? We should talk about the investigation, first and foremost. But I also remember you wanting to discuss the RCM?
Ким, не знал, что ты куришь.
I have a cigarette every night when I go over my notes. It's something of a ritual.
oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that cigarette.
Yes, it's been a long and eventful day.
Ким, по-твоему, сегодня все хорошо прошло?
Well, we didn't even look at the body. And there's still much to do at the crime scene too. We didn't search it thoroughly.
He would have put all of this more harshly, but he doesn't want you to feel completely discouraged. Probably because he's afraid that you'll just give up and keep drinking.
I look forward to that. As for we weren't able to find the union leader, Everard Clare, much less interview him. So that's on the to-do list for tomorrow. We talked to Joyce Messier, but didn't get any information from her. I have a feeling Joyce knows how dangerous the situation really is.
If Kim is emphasizing something this much, it really...
Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? You run a lot. Is that a stand-up Precinct 41?
I have a really good theory about why you're running so fast, son. Just you wait until you get up tomorrow.
It's impressive, especially for a man your age, and in those hills. Nice shoes, by the way. I like the green. Goes with the orange. They're quite limited, actually. The power officers of the Ravachol Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of up to 1,000 real for offenses, in accordance with an interdepartmental schedule. The RCM's primary role is to ensure safety. We are not really supposed to play any part in the... Yes, although indirectly, as citizens can always request records from their... Officers of the RCM have been known to take bribes of less than the prescribed... We can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable to serve a station cold sleep. It prevents confusion and overcrowding. You can't. Those who don't show up become fugitives, though, and have fewer legal rights when they are eventually caught. It's about power project. As you may have gathered from the fact that we are expected to carry a record of our kills, like the one in your watermarks, we are permitted to use whatever force is necessary, and strongly admonished not to abuse that power. You have to supply compelling evidence for why it was necessary to use lethal force. Not a good position to be in, by the way. Internal Affairs handles these cases thoroughly, by cross-examining you for inconsistencies. We don't convict. We arrest and send them to coalition government courts in Courant and La Delta. The prosecution works off our testimonies and records, which is why it's paramount to keep the coalition government and the moral intern more broadly.
Moral intern.
The RCM was formed by the coalition government to restore order in the international zone after the revolution. Or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Ravachol or the coalition government founded the RCM. It's probably more honest, yes. Either way, the moral intern leases us the right.
Or if they think you do.
The Moralist International are the world's largest political organization. You know who they are. They have been running this place after the revolution failed. They're a union of center-left and center-right parties across the real belt. Our coalition government is just one of its many projects. They also run the ICP, EPIF. What do they believe in? They are Dolorians. They believe they continue the humanist project set forth by Her Innocence Dolores.
Those others say they continue the humanist project set forth by Dolores Day.
Interesting question. It's a blue forget-me-not. Their motto is love, compassion, self-discipline.
Something kind and usual. Something almost self-explanatory. Something ominous. Something even a little feminine, but in a strict manner.
A historic figure? The author of the modern age? You will have to look elsewhere for opinions. The subject of humanism is too abstract for me. The moral intern are a fact. I try not to have opinions on facts until they change. And...
It is more than that. There's some kind of affection in him.
Yes, I did, when I was younger. In my 20s, I considered myself a moralist. But the years have changed that. I don't know what I believe in now. No, do you?
Так, что бы выбрать? То, что они сделали, не пытается. Ну да.
We are in what is called the twilight of international law. The laws we claim to enforce come from the MI. Without them, we are simply vigilantes. Then you will adore Martinez. For many of these people, the Union especially, vigilantes is precisely what we are. Personally, I don't enjoy it much.
The dying lights of the city. This soldier is the highlight of the day for me. He thinks...
They really don't like us here. And the mouth on that kid, Kuno. It's our fault for leaving this place to the dogs, to the Union, to the company, not daring to come here more often. This place has fallen between the cracks, the jurisdictions of our two... We run this city. West of the river is RCM land. It's incredibly hard. Human beings are... But we are in control, and it's worth it. The organization works, our systems work. If they didn't, the city would disintegrate. Me too. But I wouldn't count on any drastic changes in our lifetimes. Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
Вот и все. Поговорили. Так, что там? Внушение. Я уже делал внушение, хотя можно еще. Визуальный анализ, риторика, энциклопедия, стойкость. Авторитет прибавлю. Да, попробуем поискать, сдавать бутылки. Хотя... Если я найду, где можно продать лишние вещи, возможно. Да, давай.
The bed is cold and not particularly inviting, but it's yours. The sheets look awful.
Ну, что делать?
The sheets feel at once coarse and clammy against your skin. The bed sags beneath your weight as you stretch out and finally close your eyes. And then sleep doesn't come.
Что это doesn't come?
And then sleep doesn't come. Obviously, you're in bed with your eyes closed, but it's not. Maybe it's the bed's fault. Its synthetic filling has separated into hard lumps. The pillowcase smells. It barely covers your toes, stretching over your soft belly. This is your body here. Under your thrumming eyelids, you see a dizzying array of colors. You won't get off this carousel. Quite. It's a little better. Colors, scenes, and half-formed phrases still litter your mind. Part of you is still trying to solve something to do with. What was it that the lieutenant said? Union? And it's gone again. Your breathing steadies. A great silence washes over you until your eyelids twitch in your sleep and images.
Все, поспал? Че же зажили?
Do you remember the scent of your childhood? What it says on the can, Harry. Answer the question. Do you remember your wife's hand on your face? Do you remember the warmth of her thighs between her legs and in her mouth? That's right, funky baby. And you just stood there. One hand on the bottle and the other on your dick. Watching her go. Let it all be drowned. Tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry. No, it's gone. 3 times gone, and you failed Elysium. Everything. The Pale and the Isolas on the surface. The outer magnetosphere. You really dropped the ball, Harry. 4.6 billion people, and you failed every single... You're not coming back from shit. Thrashing around in that high conductivity state of yours, bumping in. You're trying to what? I can't hear you. This is just a word dream now. Jump.
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad, this dry, this unnourishing. There's something wrong with your thoughts. Some kind of new. Oh yes, party boy, and it's worse than the one before. Just think of the shit you saw. Here it comes too. Time to go to work in the shit factory.
У меня труба. Выспался? 7:30.
Good going, buddy. Oh, just a dream. You have ones like that all the time. You mean, why are you so tired? Too tired and down to even think? It is worrying, isn't it? You can't be a detective like this. Detectives, it's just that your heart has finally pumped all the speed out of your system, Buster. Time to get some more. You're too weak to say no now. Waking up is the worst part. Maybe somewhere down the line you could decline. Are you sure? Ready to live as this pathetic shell of yourself for days? Basically, a week. Let's be honest, 2 weeks. Maybe 3. You won't make it. half the town will be dead. Suit yourself, slow, sad shell man. See how you do.
Вот и все. Пошел ты.
The bed is still cold from the broken.
Надо еще силу воли прокачать.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall.
42.
In it, your face.
А где я могу воспользоваться монтировкой? Я уже не помню.
The door is closed.
Еще надо где-то деньги найти. Еще 10. Так сказать, долларов. Лучше вот такой валюты. Что-то зеваю, пипец. Выспался. Упаньки. Доброе.
Morning. Looks like we can get to work at once. The union muscle turned up. They look rowdy. We should talk to them. A lot of things point to the dock workers' union. The circumstances in Martinez, that's not a lot of things. We should have dug up more yesterday. Still, we need to talk to them, and it won't be easy. I completely forgot. Sorry, I had a rough night's sleep. It's them by the looks of it. Loud and nasty, just like the managers. One loose thread less to worry about, and one big problem to replace it. One more thing before we do. We don't have to talk to them immediately. We can walk right past them, continue with our business.
Good. A power move. Purposefully concentrate on something. Yeah, streetwise. Zoom right past. Do it on your own. But aren't you curious to know what they have to say about the murder?
They're in no hurry to leave. They think they own the place. Anyway, I leave that choice to you.
Да, наверное, не будем торопиться.
She's agitated, judging from the way she keeps pulling at the frayed edge of her.
The closest phone booth is down the coast. Sorry for the inconvenience, ma'am.
Ничего не понимаю, все равно спасибо.
It's fine, I understand. Thank you anyway. I'm glad to see you again, dear. Oh, please don't trouble yourself about me, sweetie. I was just hoping to make a call. The union office probably has a phone, but I can't really get there. Or to the phone booth down the coast. And Gary's phone is dead too. The manager was vague about it.
Why would he be vague about phone problems? This is something to look into later.
To let the young woman who's house-sitting for us know that we may be delayed. Morel, my husband, and Gary were supposed to get back. I was also hoping she'd heard from Morel. That's just it. This isn't like him at all. But you have more important things to worry about. Just some field work, sweetie. Morel is a highly trained scientist. He and his... But they should have returned by now. They were just going down the coast across the water lock to... Oh, sweetie, it's nothing like... Gary's as loyal as they come. There's a nameless old fishing village nearby, but we've never had any trouble there before.
I can't say it's the best part of town, but I wouldn't worry too much about the pair of...
Do it. Find her husband. This will surely lead to a cryptozoological mystery with that Some fringe science is exactly what's needed right now. Spice up that vanilla murder investigation.
Are you sure we have time to go chasing after bug hunters just now? I did suggest we play it cool, but... I sincerely doubt it. Still,
Oh, thank you, officers. Truly, I'll be right here if you come across any sign of Morel. Oh my. What happened to the water lock? Well, whatever the cause, I'm thankful. To both of you. You've spared me another sleepless night.
Канал.
You're welcome, ma'am.
I hate to ask, but if your investigation takes you, and if you see him, let him know Lena is waiting for him here at the Whirling. He gets so tangled up in his work that he may not... Oh, you're such a dear. Thank you, sweetie. Oh, yes.
It's a pseudoscience that attempts to legitimize research into mythological beasts and urban legends.
Не хочет делать.
That's one opinion, yes.
She's used to playing off such insults casually, but they still affect.
My apologies, ma'am.
It's not a hobby, dear. It's a subfield of zoology, one specializing in animal species, searching for such species called cryptids.
She's completely internalized her husband's struggles. They are her own.
Она полностью интернализировала проблему.
Oh dear, I'm not sure where to begin. Well, his expression is slightly grumpy, but his eyes are all...
It's always a challenge to describe the person you know best in the world.
Oh, well, he's a bit shorter than you, but with a larger frame, and he has...
The lieutenant pulls out his notebook.
One other thing, he'll likely have all kinds of field gear on him. We'll be celebrating our 16th anniversary this autumn. Not the most numerically via dating agency, I'm ashamed to say. I was looking to get back into the scene after recovering. We hit it off and, well, here we are.
She's skipping over some important parts. Perhaps you'll find out more later.
I hope I've been useful. Oh, sweetie, it's fascinating. But I shouldn't bore you with entomological minutiae.
The lieutenant gives you a sideways glance.
Well, it's a
Ah yes, Phasmatodea, a diverse group of insects whose bodies resemble twigs. Oh yeah, here comes the interesting.
Where other phasmids imitate sticks or leaves, hence its name, the Insulindian.
I knew it. We're gonna be chasing made-up insects with...
It's not made up, officer. It's simply elusive, so much so that most well, some teenagers making out in the reeds saw one. They didn't know what it was, of course, but there was... Of course, most phasmid sightings turn out to be false alarms, but their description...
Enthusiasm has wiped the worry from her face. Her eyes sparkled.
I suppose I have something of a personal connection to the Insulindian phasmid. Not at all. Why else would it... Oh, I doubt it. No one gets into cryptozoology for the money, sweetie. Yes, it can blend in almost perfectly among the reeds. It's how it's... Oh dear. I'm afraid I'm not explaining this very well. Morel can explain it all much better. I wish you could hear him describe it. Then you'd understand, I'm sure.
You're an enthusiastic idiot, but you're still an idiot.
We don't have time for Cryptozoology 101.
73% и в итоге неудача. Чё за фигня?
You see a heavy steel door with the door does not budge. The cobalt blue surface.
Подожди, а я же взял монтировку. Почему? Стоп. Бери монтировку. Стоп. Инструменты. Левая рука.
You see a heavy steel door with a prominent.
И вообще, почему я ношу эти перчатки? Эти лучше. Эквилибристика -1. Техника. Самообладание -1. Это так, наверное.
Let me handle this. Detective disorientated. Are you still wondering where you are?
Her entire character has shifted. This young woman is cold as ice.
That's right. I am not a gardener. I'm a legal counselor for the Dock Workers Union. So let's get to it. You're looking for Titus Hardy? You think he has That's Titus. Talk to him. But know this. I'll be keeping an eye on you. No strong arm.
It doesn't matter if you recognize our authority. We will make an arrest if we have to.
She says nothing. Her glare speaks for her.
Aggressive? You make your living enforcing violence.
So you were spying on us, and now you represent murder suspects. Just
Listen, you moral intern lackeys. You're a mob, enforcing the unlawful privatization of revision. So ask what you came to ask, or get...
Fuck yeah.
Get sober. Do your job. Ask your questions and get the hell. Like I already told you, I'm a legal counselor. Do you have hearing problems? What you want is of no significance, officer. Don't test your authority. What are we going to do to you? The union isn't going to do anything to you.
Goddamn right it is.
If anything, it is the RCM who do.
О боже. Профсоюз этот. Сейчас я отойду чуть-чуть. Блин, тут время идет. Я совсем забыл. Там есть выход наверх?
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots, anywhere from 6. There he still is.
He's about to blow! Cock's gonna blow, Kuno!
The fuck about it? You're testing Kuno's patience?
Get lost,
Kuno doesn't...
Не, ну тут все понятно. Условно понятно, конечно. Ладно, пойдемте туда на... Опа, ну.
Droplets of rain fall on the white on blue police livery of the motor carriage. Do something important? Something murder related? There's always something important. This is a Caprice Canema. The Caprice with its air-cooled, rear-mounted 12-cylinder compression ignition engine driving the rear. The high center of balance is offset by a large battery bank mounted. Due to a quite steep price tag, it is very unusual to see one of these livery.
Тут что-то эта машина настоящий демон скорости.
Mm-hmm. You want to take a closer look? 130.
I reckon that's a 7-liter V12 there.
7.2. Supercharged.
Saying these words brings him immense joy.
You mean the coil noise? When variable current passes through wires that make up the coils on it. When the frequency of the current in the coils falls within...
What a binoclard. Whatever you do, don't make fun of the lieutenant for explaining this to you.
I have pretty much maintained my vehicles by myself ever since one was assigned to me.
There's pride in there. A trained driver knows his ride.
Yes, an extraordinary machine.
It's nice and all, but why so modest? Put some zing into it. Flare it up. Slam it down.
Sorry, I'm not following you.
Lingo it up.
No, that's porno tuning. Those spinners were elegant, sleek, radiant even. What you're suggesting is porno. That's short for pornography. That's a negative on the porno. Thank you.
Понятно. Так, а чё с монтировкой-то хожу? Пока не нужно.
Stuck in the rain in a traffic jam, man. What's on your mind?
Что у нас тут?
A lorry stuck in the traffic jam. This big, heavy grad-made machine. The windows are clear. They've been recently washed. You can see a lorryman's cabin with personal belongings. The driver has adorned his space with a substantial collection of peculiar paraphernalia. The back end of the cabin has a small perch to sleep, large ashtrays.
Racist, nationalist, likely, yes. This guy's proud of who he is. Drapes it all over his...
Понятно. Чё, поговорим?
Bastards! We have a right to work! Hold up and stay frosty, everyone. Cops are here.
You here to fuck with us? Beat the honest worker down. We're here to fight for a cause. Stripes usually have problems with people who have causes. Good. We're fighting for a cause here.
Right to work!
Besides, we're not that different. It helps if people see us talking, cops and strikebreakers together. Shows authorities are on our side. Builds confidence. Might be time. Don't let the fat bastards tread on you. Cops tend to side with the higher-ups. I don't trust cops, but I can see you understand the...
Right to work! Right to...
Rights of people. Rights of workers. To have gainful employment. To make a salary. And feed their families. Maybe you should ask them the questions. Like, why we're not allowed to make a living here. We have families to feed.
So do we, Scott.
Honest men and women with rights to work, to be useful, not toys for corporate interests.
We came here to help the harbor run smoothly in time of crisis. If union fucks don't want work, they ought to let...
I have a question. Why do all these men follow your leadership?
You think they follow because I'm big and loud? No. They follow the rules of the market, the rules of the economy, because we were promised work. We'd be in there, working, if the bastards hadn't shut the gates. Main gate's locked. Would take heavy ordnance to bust it open. Could try to get in through the secretary's office. Door's locked. The guards blocking the way. And I don't mean the scrawny mess punk either. I mean head measurer. Huge Seminese guy standing up there on the overhead passage. Won't let anyone by. The access panel is right behind him. Bad. Standing on a narrow bridge, he's got a strategically advantageous position. And he's trained. I don't know how the Union has a trained killer up there. But that one's no joke. And my men are tired and hungry. They're workers, not fighters. Why don't you go arrest them instead? I'm sure they've done plenty of criminal shit.
It would be better for the neighborhood if you went home. At least for now. If you can't get in anyway.
No! They will give up eventually. Or get drunk. Leave the button on. Have fun. Union shits are on full strike. Don't think they're going to let you through the gates. I'm trying to meet their fat boss. I know nothing about a murder.
The mention of a killing sends a barely noticeable shiver of tenseness through him.
Wouldn't put it past these harbor bugs. They'd do anything to stay alive.
Right to work!
It's shameful. Cops doing nothing. You should bring backup. Open up the gates for us. Blockading gainful employment for workers.
We are not picking a side in this just yet, sir.
Pity.
Let us work!
When a bunch of ungrateful, lazy cockroaches can't get their act together, beats me. They mumble nonsense about boardrooms and workers' rights, while we...
When the man moves around, you perceive some serious abs. There's something odd in the way he carries himself. His set of clothing looks vaguely mismatched. The different pieces of the attire seem ill-fitting. His shirt is far too small and an unpleasantly tight fit, while the overalls held up. He ignores your question, choosing instead to turn to the emaciated workers, raising both fists in silence is the answer. There's something off. You've been talking to him for quite a while now. Something is off with this guy. Ask him where he's from.
What's it to you? Big mess, caused by union greed. But I only fight for the rights of people. We're all workers, right? Workers stick together. Came from the eminent domain, in Jamrock. Backgrounds in odd jobs, heavy lifting, cargo hauling, bouncer work. I know the worked at Territorial. Ring a bell? We're done here. I have a strike to break.
Понятно, что ничего не понятно. Ладно, будем думать. Ну-ка, еще раз можно?
Right to work! Right to work! Sure. Things are busy enough. You going to waste less of my time?
The hulking man oozes stark skepticism.
Ладно. Видимо, он не хочет ничего разговаривать. Ну, пойдем наверх, попробуем.
Body betrays your degeneracy. You have succumbed to Al-Ghul. You reek of it. An invisible sword of Al-Ghul emerges from your throat. You cannot see it, but others can. It is making the woman in my company sick. Yes.
He means alcohol.
Correct. My small skull servant. Al-Ghul is an ancient Ilmaran poison.
A intentionally fermented drinks have existed for 10,000 years.
This is a fabrication the alchemists of Yizot and Bashir and the Rolam and Rul. Why don't you have another drink? Your features are not.
Oh yeah, Measurehead.
This is going well for Measurehead.
It's not good.
It's like a rat crawled into your stomach, got drunk and drowned.
No, you don't. You need to get another drink. Occidental Haplogroup B4 is done giving orders around here. The influence of the ham sandwich rate, jerking motions, signs of a late-stage neurodegenerative disorder. You gave the world eugenics, electricity, and powerful. You dominated lesser cultures, like the. You will be super.
It is, baby.
There is a button right behind him, just out of reach. It must be the one that opens the door to the harbor.
It is my task to keep the degenerate drunks from entering the arbor. Enough with this begging. You should leave this. Bring your troops to the sim. The walls will be lined with bottles of Al Ghul, your beloved beverage. Inside, we will store the odes to homosexuality you call art, and your microcephalic skulls.
He does not so much as glance at the object.
Stop showing me your pathetic cup.
Does he strike you as the kind of man who puts mugs into trash?
Don't be vulgar. White or not has got little to do with this. The race enigma runs. Mr. Claire is a man of vision and means. Also, to serve is noble. It takes discipline. Your petulant individualism has only contributed to your race failure. It is lax. Of course you are, Levasholian man. Above all, rampant multinational finance still. Stop explaining yourself. No one cares about your beliefs. The conversation has moved on. Tell me, what degenerate subculture has made you dress in this shameful way? Of course it does. You are. I am not surprised you enjoy it so much. This has happened to many of the side products of the inevitable cultural victory of the Semini, the South Island race, haplogroup A4A. We are the rightful masters of it. We are the future. I am a descendant. The narrow streets of Ulumbuir are with me in my genetic. No. I have heard.
He would be appreciative if you did not further chase this line of inquiry in front of the women.
Yes.
I think this racist is better than the last, but the next racist will be the really good one. There always is.
Race is reality. I am not the first line of defense. I am the last. In addition, these so-called the hardy manlets are on the pay of the company. I answer to the. Now leave me be. I must luxuriate in the company of my woman.
Go ahead. Don't be shy. Just ask for race secrets.
Do not be naive. I know the answer to the great race enigma. Why would I share it with a deformed infant? You do not have the devotion for servitude.
How did this happen? Your little fist is in his giant hand.
You must be out of your mind, degenerate drunk. Say it. I am a degenerate alcoholic.
Your fist cracks in his hand like a ripe apple.
The words to the song have changed. Good. Now leave before you humiliate your homoerotic organization any further. Racists are generally not very good I am not.
True. That is a noble cranium, but you got a hard noggin yourself.
You exhibit forward projection of the jaw. It is impossible to see any more of your bone structure. This leads me to conclude you are not. Your race.
He's right there. It's almost impossible to get it on unless you're both drunk. It's too scary when people are sober. The man looks at you, silent and unmoving.
You are not Santiago.
Получилось фигово.
I'd appreciate it if you didn't force us into it. I'm not even sure the one bullet my chamber holds would even prick that Hulk. And you're just going to let him manipulate you like that? Let's think of something else.
Ладно. Будем искать другой способ.
I guess getting past the man ain't that... Sorry. Busy surveying the situation. Wiretapping, telescopic batons, futuristic circuit bending to infiltrate harbor machinery. Maybe you could even knock the... Or calling in tactical air support. You guys have air support, right?
Because we don't. We don't have air support.
I get it. Hush hush about the secret thing.
Something changes in his disposition. A merciful smile.
All right, I may have some advice for you on how to deal with Jean-Luc there, out of solidarity to the RCM. It's low in technology, however. First, don't fight him, obviously. Second, get him to share his theory by being subordinate. Admit your lack of expertise. Basically grovel. That's how I do it. You're welcome.
Maybe that would work. We'll have to see.
Ну ладно, посмотрим сейчас.
Nice aggression with the native. Don't let the chief fool you next time. You don't need to be that up.
Not bad advice, actually. This might...
Let's talk about our right to work. No, I'm not a fighter. I'm a worker.
Ну конечно. А я файтер, да? Тут мы уже все, да, смотрели. Нет, не все.
Nothing. Her smile.
Булич ничего не говорит. Ладно.
Looking for some... Oh man, that's great. Look at that guy go. God damn. Thanks for that, but no.
He doesn't live in Martinez.
Oh, not much anymore. I'm here to pick up some cargo, but the dock workers are on strike, so it's apples. Yeah, apples.
He's given you the runaround. Let's be honest, you were bested.
Тут вообще зарабатывать невозможно, по сути. Слушай, а сколько вот этот шар стоит? Может быть, в магазине есть? Наверняка, может быть, есть. Хотя не точно. Так, тут что-то у нас...
You see several packaged raincoats fill a lot. The packages are small, discreet, sloppily stacked, making them easier to take unnoticed. No need to worry about knocking over a display.
Так, тут алкоголь. Все, не, дождевик. Дождевик пока не буду покупать. У меня есть ключи от задней части доков. Надо туда попробовать. Стоп, вот этого дядьки не было. Ну-ка. Хм. Пролетарка.
Hello? Me? No one. I'm just a working class woman.
She doesn't really want to be Is she such a working class woman?
Not all the time. Right now I'm browsing books. Even a working class woman, it is. I know you are. What with? My husband? No, he's not. I don't know. At home now? Out.
Where is this going, officer?
No. Why are we still talking about...
She has, though. The husband is totally lost. You should tell her that it's okay.
What? Who said anything about shame? Stop talking down to me.
But he is. You can feel it. Or maybe it's something else then.
No, absolutely not. Are you a policeman or a nanny? They are not missing.
You know where they are. They're at home, smoking, given the ladder of...
I see. Thanks. I don't mean to disrespect, sir, but you...
For what it's worth, I agree. But cockatoos can't be stopped when they get like this. It's better to indulge him at this point.
Nothing.
Maybe you should. What if the cockatoo is your astral captain? Or your heraldic bird?
Please, let's do.
The woman before you nods.
Какаду не буду искать. Перебор уже. У нас там открылся проход же. Надо воспользоваться. Опа.
Give me a moment. The cold never does any good for my bronchitis. I'm fine. Fine. Don't you worry.
You're still worried.
Now, what do you want?
She's the cleaning lady. She knows the floor plan and the residence.
Oh, you'll find plenty of Martins here. Don't you worry. Pea-brain. Someone played a trick on you. Martinez is a name for anyone who comes from Martinez. Right.
Oops. You really did.
I thought it was obvious. Anyway, officer, we don't have the witness's name.
Yes. I know who you mean. The scrawny boy who's always smoking.
Somewhere in the building, a child starts crying. You hear a radio tuned to a talk.
What's he in trouble for? Talk? He lives upstairs in room 28. Go to the balcony. It's one of those doors there.
Thank you. We should go check out his apartment on the balcony. See if he's home.
I'm no one. Just an... If you can call it living, it's barely bigger than a closet. Ask away, policeman. The artiste? Nothing I can do about her, I'm afraid. She leaves an old lady to her bit. Oh.
Хорошо, мы узнали. 28-я. Квартира 8. Дверь 9. Стоп. Кто-то деньги за... О, стоп. Открытка Боги-стрит. 4.20. Еще 0.25 реалов. Сапоги.
You hear someone walking around inside, rearranging the furniture.
Не, нам сюда не надо. По-любому. Пятиконечная звезда.
That isn't just a five-pointed star. It's an inverted white pentagram cradled in a wreath of antlers. The iconography.
I'll keep my armistice handy, detective.
He doesn't actually reach for his gun. The star and antlers was developed in the 6th decade of the last century, and even today, half a century after, the star to symbolize the toppling of the old, or also some social democrats were already using it.
Дал демократы. Да уж.
The wreath of antlers represents a natural crown. It was about building a society that could exist in accord because white is the color of peace. Smug superiority, aesthetic musings, the triumph of capital is undeniable.
Стерильным порошком. Очки с откидными линиями аудитор. Авторитет плюс... Ну ладно, давай очки оденем. Пути-стрит. Это что, подсобное помещение? Красный командор. Точно юзать не будем. Еще 2 реала где-то примерно. Ну, 1.40. Закрывай. Нам нужно 11. Но это 2-й этаж. Не туда. Или туда? Скорее всего, туда. Но вниз это подвал. Это вообще на выход. А, нет, правильно. До аэропорта. Чебрец, розмарин, чебрец и кактус. Так, подожди. 29, а нам в какую надо? 28. Ну, значит, вот это.
This door is made of metal and appears to be reinforced. Number 28. This is where the cleaning lady said the smoker on the balcony lives.
Let's see if anyone's home. Knock on the door.
No one answers.
Looks like the young man we are looking for isn't home. I think our best chance to catch him is in the evening. We should return tonight after we have finished with our day's work. How about 9 p.m.? Sound good? The smoker on the balcony. This is why we are here, right? He might know something. Tonight at 9 p.m. Right here. Apartment number 20.
Шо? 21:00. Тут тоже пусто. Хорошо, делать тут уже нечего, значит, пойдем еще посмотрим.
This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number on the board says, it's a solid lump of metal, but the shackle is deeply corroded. Better whip out those cutters. You won't get very far otherwise.
Сейчас посмотрим туда. Конечно, не надо.
This door has been closed with a padlock. The shackle snaps.
After you, detective.
Может, какие-то улики найдем. Так, что у нас тут?
A plaster cast bust depicts a middle. Honestly, he does kind of look like you after all.
Hold on a second. Is this why you broke in here? To find out whether you're Krasmazov? Sure you are. Well, you both do seem to share an affinity for sideburns, but it seems like old Krat. Ah, very well. Let's look for identifying feet. Doesn't he have a birthmark right here? What about you? Alright, but here's the big thing. Krasmazov looks Samaran, and you don't. Okay, you win. Be Krasmazov then. I don't care. Why are you so hell-bent on proving that you're Krasmazov anyway? All right, Kras, if you say so. The White Star, the photos on the wall. I think we have broken into the apartment of a young communard. How fitting. I suspect that's exactly what they are trying. There aren't many communists around.
Революционеров, позирующих с окружением наперевес, с оружием наперевес. Революционеры очень любят позить. Книги с критической теорией. Костюмный пиджак.
A plaster cast, but honestly, he does kind of look like you.
Хорошо, больше ничего нет, да? Ладно, скрываем.
You hear someone walking around inside, rearranging. The walking stops abruptly, but you can feel tension on the other side. A poor communard, from the looks of it. The room is barely bigger than...
Let's go. We don't have a reason to get in.
It's generally easier to do things if you have literally any...
Ладно, живите пока. Тут чуть-чуть осталось, да? Концептуализация полицейского. Ну, пока оставим. +1. Тут пусто. Тут что? Пока ничего. Смотрим. Можно, наверное, балкон. Хотя этот балкон на второй этаж, где этот граффити рисует девчушка.
Ooh, the piggies have learned how to saunter up staircases. I didn't think you could do that with hooves. But here you are. Yeah, I can see that.
That smell coming from her paint bucket. It's not paint.
Red-dyed heavy fuel oil, intended for exclusive use in government vehicles.
What did you think I was using? Aquarelles?
Aquarelle.
Sucked it out of a cop's fuel tank myself.
She really did it. She's proud of it too.
Something to think about next time you're driving around in your pretty little pig.
Стоп, подожди. Сначала посмотрим, что у нас тут. Сверху хлопать на эту брезент. Живеет забытым. Мы пришли отсюда. Значит, надо попробовать сюда. Похоже на котел. Рабочие джинсы. Все, на комнату уже хватает. Что там? Рабочие джинсы пурлем. Электрохимия. Скорость реакции -1. Чего они не отражаются? Ну, в принципе, все в этой комнате. Ну ладно, за сегодня заплатят, потом что делать? Вот в чем проблема. Они же не будут появляться каждый раз. Постой. Объявление отпечатано по решению Ассоциации риэлторов Мартинес. Тут у нас что? Кто-то пробил стену.
What happened here? It will still be accessible through the apartment next to it. That one didn't have a door. Sadly, nothing of great value remains here. Indeed. $20. Так, ну чё у нас? Апнулось что-нибудь? Эквилибристика 2, самообладание. Риторику. Сила воли. Сила воли, наверное. Подожди. Держите себя в руках, сохраняйте своего духа. Да, то, что надо. Хотя бы на один. Сейчас спустимся в подвал, посмотрим, что еще там есть. Где я тут? А, мы были тут. Тут наверх. Сюда, значит. В подвале. Или это выход во двор? Скорее всего, да. Как я там упустил эту банку? Я уже ее так достал, наверное. Но осталось поговорить с этими, с профсоюзом. И еще у меня там... There, working class drunk. You know what this means, right? Cracked it. All in a good day's work. What do you mean, what did I crack? Look at how working class that drunk is. Yes, and you found him. Now go and tell the working class woman. Didn't she repeatedly tell you her husband isn't, but he is missing? You heard her, the worry in her voice. Do marriages make any sense? Does honor? You're not a filthy philosopher. You're an officer of law. It's time to ace this case and not brood over your reputation. We can deal with the perception management. There's no need for champagne when there's honor, recruit.
Попробуем.
God damn it, I already told you. My husband isn't missing. And I specifically added that I didn't need to... Very well then. Where is he? Excuse me?
There's something else hiding in her voice, though.
Right, 'cause working class women come with alcoholic husbands. You know what? You were right. I do have an alcoholic husband.
Ha! Blam! Knew it.
I did, and he is. He's also an No, he's not. Or, I haven't...
There. She's worried now.
Report what? He's just out drinking with his...
Ma'am, just to be completely clear, do you want to report it to the police?
She sighs, but...
All right, go ahead. Do you have any questions? Honestly, not that different from you. That's one way to put it, yes.
Wait, did she just imply that you're fat? You're not fat. The body type she's referring to is called...
You both share what? I'm not sure about the rest, but softly... What else? He was wearing a dark brown leather... It's his cool jacket.
Who cares about the cold when you have your cool jacket to wear?
I even tried throwing it away once, but he just dug it out of the bin. Can you believe it? Well, what can you do? I hope...
She's thinking about him out in the cold, in some park, or on the coast.
Yesterday morning, he went because we talked about this.
Gone for around 36 hours then. Damn, she turns away from you in an attempt.
So you are going to look for him?
She genuinely wants you to now. Don't make her ask.
Ладно.
Please do. Even though I'm sure he will...
I'm sure he will too. When he does, would you let Precinct 57...
I will. Of course, officer. As I said, it's probably... Right. What about...
She gives you a short nod before her hands move over the book covers. Hey. Psst. Psst. Hey. Yes, you. Word on the street is you're ready to start building communism again. Yes, you're ready to start building communism again. You've built it before. They've built it before. Hasn't really worked out yet. But neither has love. This conversation isn't really about love. Try to keep up, okay? This is about the communism you've promised to build. Word on the street is, it's going to... You keep saying things like, down with the bourgeoisie, eat the rich, sodomize the landowners, impale all people who have more than 25 real in their pocket. Literally murder all human beings, regardless. Oh yes, the mass of ambivalence. Everyone can see that. So tell me, do you have any questions before we fire up the big communism builder? Or do we get right down to it? Failure. It's about failure. Of course you do. You are failure. You are you alone, against every living thing, against you, against the atom. Now get to work, comrade. Very well. I guess no one will build communism then. Tell the working man it's over. No objections. It's mathematically impossible to achieve a classless society. Everyone. Did someone mention cocaine? Are we doing cocaine? No. I'm sure. Anyone? Anyone else? There's no one. Okay then. Lie down and let the water carry you.
Какой коммунизм? Ты чё? Полегче.
You see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush.
Я не буду пробовать, слишком мало процентов. Так, мне нужно взять монтировку. Нет, монтировку.
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, eternite.
Не, подожди.
It's nothing. Someone just left some roofing material slanted against an old shack.
Тогда нет, не то. Как же туда попасть? А где я хотел применить-то монтировку? Стоп. Пока снять.
There are clothes inside. Cheap second-hand.
Don't be shy. These are premium class.
How about some premium class service over here? Like paying with net worth. Go over and you find your hands deep in tattered and faded garments.
Economical, but also trendy. Look first hand, buy second hand. Keep the economy moving.
Стоп, подожди, сейчас поговорим с ним случайно.
You see a Samarran street vendor surrounded by a motley assemblage of the name Sileng is in.
Happy shopping, officer. Everything's cool. Everything's cool. You're very cool. Bang, 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 bang. Oh, yes. You got style. You got personal style. You know what you like. You like premium menswear. Look around and browse. Everything looks cool on a guy like you. Take your time.
Don't be distracted by the flattery and funny man act. Questions?
Me? It's a boring story, officer. Who cares about...
This man probably comes from Seaguy, sometimes known as the Apricot Suzerainty, an archipelago in the Samarran Isola.
Sea guy, apricot suzerainty, it's all the same to me. It's all cool. I'm interested in only the coolest goods in Revachol. I've got sneakers, speakers, extremely comfy pants too. Try them on right here. No shame, only no need for discounts at ceilings, officer. Everything's already on sale.
But did he first mark them up 100%, just so that he could put them on sale?
My man, you know how the game is played. You and me, we should work together. What do you think? Shake things up? Good joke, officer!
You glance around the decrepit buildings, the miserable weather, the sidewalks strewn with sunflower seeds and a dust-choked.
It's beautiful. Beautiful freedom. That's right.
It is, yes. Anyone can set up their shop whenever they feel like it. If you wanted to be cynical about it, you could say we are here to protect the interests of property holders.
My man, officer, you make all this possible. Without you.
Gossamer is a fine, filmy substance consisting of cobwebs spun by small spiders, seen especially in autumn. It's safe to say he's referring to the near absence of regulations.
Yeah, that's the main thing about you. I'm an entrepreneur, officer. I've got sources. Anything for you.
Не получилось получить скидочку.
There's a pile of cheap
You like sunglasses, officer?
stylish shades, huh? They'd be even more stylish if you paid for them with... These are all... Those UV stickers are almost certainly just there for the show.
These are all first-rate sunglasses. Premium design, superb material, very cool. UV resistant.
Abort. These are hideous. What's more,
Damn, officer! You look like a mega...
they're perfect for concealing your bloodshot and baggy eye. It's going to be very difficult for anyone to take you seriously.
No, you are definitely not buying those.
Are you sure? But they look so good on you. You should think this through,
Дурацкие
officer.
очки. Не. Плохие очки. Что-то у нас еще.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
Да вот тут.
You see two lowly
I can see you've a taste for luxury, officer. Can't keep your eyes off those.
Speaking of luxury, you should go over and ask about paying for those sneakers with your net worth. A pair of Faun Ultras. The design is impossibly sleek and simple.
Those sneakers, mister. Those sneakers are the latest.
Only? That's madness. These once respectable speakers have been conquered, reduced to a...
No, don't look at the speakers, officer. Look at the sneakers. The sneakers are the stars here. These, officer? These speakers are Samaran garbage. I'm ashamed to...
Samaran trash. That sounds like they're from the Samaran People's Republic, produced under the dictatorship of the proletariat.
No way, officer! These aren't for sale. They're bad speakers. Low-fi socialist junk. Well, if you want them... But see, they are the... If, on the other hand, you wanted to buy the sneak...
Damn, so you have to buy the sneakers first.
Такая энциклопедия -1. Пу-пу-пу-пу, дорого. Я бы сказал, супер дорого.
Everything still cool here, officer?
Риторика. Стоп. А ну-ка тут.
You keep...
If he really wants to save the economy, he'd let you pay. No good.
Да как?
All you can come up with are
72%.
some treated wool pants. You can tell they're too tight around your thighs and too loose around the waist. They itch like hell. Like
All natural materials, see? Real wool, 100% skin friendly, and they're yours for only 2
Ну, не буду. Тут у нас еще горячий воздух, кислый, едкий, почему-то успокаивающий.
Good morning to you, officers.
a burly man hangs out by the waterlock, carving up a generous serving of salami with an old hunter's knife. His posture is relaxed. Despite his powerful build and a knife in his hand, this man resorts to physical intimidation only infrequently, if at all.
My friend Barry the Butcher is stuck on the other side of the waterlock. I'm keeping him company.
From the corner of your eye, you see a man in a yellow shirt and grey overalls wave.
Very good stuff. Anything I can do for you, officer? I wasn't here to witness it, but those look like tire tracks on that sign. Weird, huh?
The words, Daredevil Drive.
Too bad it also takes a year and a day to repair anything around here, especially a waterlock. The rest of the coast is closed off. Well, there's the fishing village, an abandoned fish market, a bizarro church. Not much use to the... Yeah, not really much else. Just bombed out ruins. Sure thing. Want some too, officer?
Why not?
Еще и солями на халяву. Солями на халяву получили. Какой тут убить время? Вы что, издеваетесь? Надо тут каждую минуту держать.
You see rows of toy soldiers. Try to find something pretty and cool here, then use it to win her back. Everything you pick out seems faded, chipped, and sad somehow. Most of them are just broken toys.
Значит, не очень.
The boomboxes on the shelf look well loved and well traveled. Chip, one especially catches your eye. Deep gold and amber plastic with a big old handle on top. This is you. Golden orange. Just make sure it works before you buy it.
Is the Harman Welshie W2, made in Vespa, designed in Seoul, plays all reel-to-reel formats, 2mm, 8mm, 12mm. It's even got, if police work means playing tapes, sure, you can use it for that. Absolutely, I've tested each one myself with recordings of speech, found sounds and music from a variety of genres. Even though
Нет, я пока себе не могу позволить. Так, что тут еще?
Typical Martinez streetlight. The light pole has been carefully cut, and the wiring has been redone.
Yes, officer. As you...
His manner is casual, but his speech is careful, measured. He wants you to know that he...
It was brought to me to be...
We are not here to investigate the theft of city property. You have to admit it's rather clever what he's done.
700 real. A bargain, I dare say. The light has undergone 3 transformations, and every transformation, large or small, has a price.
The light has been removed and rewired. That's 2 transformations. But what about the third?
The most important transformation is the light's placement among ordinary
Зачем за
indoor
700?
fixtures, which has adjusted its morphological field. The light became suitable for use inside the home just a few days ago.
700. Он издевается. Где я такие деньги взять? Тут 25 кое-как заработал. Что он несет? $700 плюс магнитола 15. Еще книги-то дофигища, еще много всего. Еще непонятно, как этот труп снять. Так, чё я сюда-то иду? А что надо, чтобы его снять? Стойкость.
There he still is, looking right.
Ну а как его снять-то? Вот в чем вопрос. Осталось поговорить с партийцами и что-то еще раз узнать, что у меня уже все, больше идей нету, что дальше делать. И как тут вообще деньги зарабатывать? Это вообще... Ну что, поговорим, поговорим.
This is where, you say.
Detective.
Oh, this is about him.
You're sure taking your time, waiting for him to get ripe and pretty for you.
Oh, he was a real pretty boy by now. Real hot stuff. Letting out that pretty...
Time to go to work in the shit factory.
Easy, boys. These janitors have a hell of a job.
You might want to start asking your question.
These guys are so macho, they're ready to confess to first-degree murder. Ask if it was them.
The pretty boy. You guys real.
Funny. But my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with you.
Well, maybe you should just fuck off then.
Don't worry. We are resourceful. We'll find a good topic for us to discuss.
No, no, no. I's here. You got business with my boys. You got business with me.
He understood what you were doing. Now watch the other guys fuck it up by falling out of line.
Yeah! You fuck with the Hardy boys, you fuck with Titus Hardy.
Yes, falling out of line to please him. This is the best kind. And now this guy is going to...
Relax, Dennis. No one is fucking you yet.
Use it to take a dig at his friend. Floodgates open.
Yeah, Dennis, calm down. No one's fucking you, you stupid fuck.
Let Dennis enjoy his fucking, man. We don't mind.
This one knows how to keep things going. He's a hothead, but not one to be taken lightly.
Yeah, you're not even being fucked, Dennis.
Easy, fellas. We got company. Let's see what brings the culprit.
Too late. You already got a pretty good picture of these guys. You can use this. You could take another look at the tracks in the yard. See if they fit with the characters here. It could be incriminating.
Ладно, сейчас попробуем. Подожди, ну следы, я же не могу их анализировать. Мне не хватит просто-напросто. Нет, ну если просит разум, сейчас попробуем. Почему нет? Еще как-то надо попробовать к той тетке попасть.
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked.
Да, попробуем.
Wow. Still not doing it. You're bad at this.
Но я совсем не могу их прочитать, лейтенант. Черт побери. Что теперь делать? Хотел посмотреть в Фирефоксе. Да, смотришь тут. Ладно, заходим. Что еще остается делать? Еще у богатой девушки просить. Поел. Пока ничего не говорить. Ладно, пойдем. Тут тоже ничего.
The man ponders his cooking utensils. You see a heavy steel. The door does not budge. The cobalt blue surface feels rough to touch. Old cobalt paint, rough on the fingers. 40, 50 years since this was painted, mate. The door does not.
Может быть, к этой попробовать? Подожди, сейчас. Отлично. Почему у меня там дверь не открывается? Вот в чем проблема. Хотя можно попробовать к той девке пробраться. Это плохая идея, конечно. Ну а что делать остается? Ну-ка.
The door is closed. Still nothing. He doesn't like with this.
Ладно, не будем просто пробовать еще раз. Ага, бутылок-то нет. Куда собирать-то? Ладно, уходим. Подожди, а вот этот чел, он чё? Просто NPC-шник. Без диалогов. Все понял. Надо какое-то или восприятие, или что-то еще качать. Я что-то не то просто прокачал, видимо. Сейчас пойдем к той женщине, попробуем ее еще раз спросить. Допустим, вот эта же бутылка, да? Ее взять невозможно. Тут вообще зарабатывать тоже. Ну-ка.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
Тут тоже, наверное, ничего. Что за лаги? Тут, по идее, тоже как-то можно пробраться. Не открывается.
Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. What we do. I'm afraid I...
She nods.
Не, я у него все уже расспросил. Что происходит? Давайте по рации, может, как-то связаться, я не знаю.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Just a moment, officer.
Ten-4, come in, officer. Over.
Wait, before you say anything stupid, think it through. You're going to be looking at a straitjacket if you tell everyone you...
10-4, sir, I'm not hearing your question. Understood, sir. Roger that, 10-10, over and out.
Тоже бессмысленно.
Right to work! Right.
Hola, Wandering Man.
Your race descent has only worsened since I last saw you.
Давай, попробуем.
Ask what kind of races there are first. Classification is core to this stuff.
Do you?
You are obviously a liberal, Sailorite. A polyculturalist. There are three categories of race.
Героические.
A, the heroic races. B, the servile races. And the vile CF race cauldron of pederasty. Which one do you need education on?
Давай А.
Those are the semen. A receding genetic pool has led the Mound on reprehensible street parades. In Mound cities like you know them by the names of their nation states. The
Mahoon is a derogative term for first world people of Gotvoldian descent. They do not all have eczema. Also, people of Katla, like the Suru, in some municipalities of Oranje, people do wear shoes made of wood to street parades. Green, orange, and even
the Mound are proof that you can have too much Occidental racial purity and tassels.
Colorful tassels are, let's be honest, not a good sartorial choice for this century.
The Vespertines and Messenians of Vesper and Messina, the ancient, the other large Mondial civilization, the Mesk, are too yellow, overproduction of sebum. Sebum is, as proven by the Mound and the Mesk, Occidental type A is in retrograde. The indigenous people of this, the Insulindian archipelago, the Simonese inhabit the southern islands. The Areopagites are the master race of the Ilmaran deserts. The Simonese are the Areopagites are sleek, long. The latter is perfected and adapted. Together they form the Simeno-Areopagite, or Sim.
Nature was not capable of more.
Type B are the unheroic races. Amorph to an untrained eye, the pinkness is the racial quality. The Koiko, the countless, the Vasholian.
Is it 82,000 years that we've been recording history? You have very little idea of what is happening, but that seems a little off.
The revolution came to Ravachol from Grad, in Zarazrid. The revolution is enough of tip. Tips, CF, are a museum of failed chimeric experiments and tragic maladaptations. They are tortured creatures waiting to be put to sleep. It would be cruel to entertain ourselves with their tips, CF, are a lesser races like the mosquito, a grotesque mixture of a mesk. The mosquito is born sterile, like a donkey.
It seems unlikely that two human beings produce genetically sterile offspring.
You are right. You have misunderstood. Then there is the Simino Koiki Chimera. Are you sure you wish to know of the Simino Koiki Chimera? It is not an aesthetic site. The Koiko, as you know, are very servile, especially when they meet. This will never happen. The Simonese and the Koiko may have similar but enough. It is cruel to entertain ourselves with the deformed. You understand nothing. To solve the great race enigma, you have to first ask yourself, what is the race enigma? You have not even worded the mystery, let alone solved it. We will see.
Access to the Union is important for our investigation, but there may be another way in, without becoming a race theoretician.
Am I mildly worried he might take it seriously? The lieutenant thinks. Yes, I am, he concludes. I am worried.
Беспокоит ли меня то, что он может воспринимать это серьезно, думает лейтенант и заключает. Да, меня это беспокоит. Как мне облечь тайну слова? Ну давай попробуем, что выбора нету.
You need to internalize what you have heard here today, then return to me. This clarity does not come instantly.
Ячейку дерева идеи, чтобы усвоить ее, если не о свободных. Так. Готово. Ладно. -1 драма. Обманутый абсурд. Ну ладно, подождать надо будет.
I cannot possibly imagine what else we have to discuss, Первое, Vasolian. Your love for disco music? There is nothing fun. I cannot possibly imagine what else we have to discuss, Первое, Vasolian. Your love for disco music and venereal disease?
О! Получилось? Надо же!
Like that, instinct took over. A solid strike straight into his throat. The man is reeling, gasping for air. Time stands still. All you hear is a small gurgling sound as a trickle of blood appears on the man's lip. Don't wait. You've only got a millisecond. He's coming to. Time is breaking loose from the stupor. His left hand curls up into a fist.
Левая рука.
That fighting pose. Watch out. He's expecting the hook.
Хорош. Нормально.
Lands with a dull thump, like a broken down puppet of muscles and sinew. For a moment, he still tries to keep his head up, dazed eyes looking at you with unimaginable surprise. To your left is the button. As you slam your fist on the button, the man collapses entirely, his head rolling to the side.
Looks like you're the new measurehead now.
Her voice is surprisingly calm.
No one is the new measurehead. Let's go before he gets up.
Wow, so someone's been a little boring. Yes, my standard liege. Someone's seen all sorts of wild ideas pop off and thought, I'll take the boring one. The regular, please. The brown. No need to be defensive. The regularity, the brownness, the cut and dry have their appeal. A very standard appeal.
You? I wouldn't worry about that.
See? You're so regular and vinyl brown, he doesn't even want to talk to you about it. Of course you do. Let's get right to it. My lord's copper type is regular cop. I'll let everyone know. I'll send out a telefax. Yes, the type of cop you are, sire. Think of it as a caste, a class even, a nation of regular law officials. Good, of course. To outright declare yourself something does seem a bit too interesting.
Не надо пока купать тип такой стрёмный. Так, ну чё?
The man is still.
Что ж, погнали дальше тогда. О, дверь открылась сразу же. Хотя, наверное, уже стрим надо заканчивать. Уже более 5 часов. Воу. Серьезно? Каждый рабочий член правления. Дэви, название модели. Стандартный конторский шкаф с картотекой. Похоже, ящики заперты.
On second glance, someone has forgotten to...
It's unfortunate for the Union to just...
Let's see what's inside, he thinks. The drawer opens smoothly. Inside is a well-organized hundreds of documents containing logistical data. 2 kinds of transactions and the same materials being handed over to companies inside Revachol. Cool. It's hard to make sense of this thicket of company names, dates, quantities, and percentages. You try to focus, but the lines are getting blurry. Whatever's hidden here is hidden well. Concentration isn't enough. Only a trained accountant with a background in logistics would be able to really make sense of it. However, there is a little handwritten. It appears to be a to-do list written in large, uneven. Remember, Leo, Everard's shoes, special whirling borscht, water Everard's plants, sweep office floor, more banners.
Остановить. Вот это, ну, можно. Это оставляем. Что тут? Вообще ничего не изучал.
All items on the list have been crossed out, and the note itself is crumpled.
Everard Clare, probably. The head of the Debarders Union. One of his aides must have left it. Nothing.
The special borscht seems a bit odd in the list. What is so special about this borscht? Code for drugs? Booze? Blood? Remember, Leo, Everard's shoes. Special whirling ball. All items on the list have the drawer slides shut. The 15th Indo tribe.
Индотриба?
Because there was. The 15th Indo tribe was comprised of 8 kids from Forberg and North Jamrock, running from wild dogs in the valley, hiding scents under rocks, and stealing clothes off clotheslines, and sometimes even the copper wiring of phone lines. You may have been one of them.
Эквилибристика, лимит улучшения повышается до 6. Так, чё? Ладно, давай. Хотя, пока остановить нет, не нужно. Блин, сливается вот все, причем Что у нас тут? Книга, краткое описание информации взаимодействовать.
The front of this quarterly journal features a large satirical portrait of the late King Friesel. From the sides of his head, a pair of white antlers spread to the... Because Friesel was incompetent, foolish, and cruel. In short, the embodiment. To your disappointment, there aren't any full-color pictures to direct your attention. After rifling the pages with your thumb several times, the magazine is divided into several sections. International developments, Kunst und Kultur, and local concerns. Just this section includes a long, tedious critique of the latest round. You also skip over an article about heavy fuel. Face it, you really aren't interested in foreign. You flip back to the front of the magazine. Comrade, as you know, this journal takes its name from Mazov's immortal expression, du cristal à la fumée. This was his way, but like the structures of capitalist ideal. So please, if you value our radical Mazovian perspective on contemporary
What do you expect? It was laying a...
It takes a moment, but gradually it dawns on you that it evokes a sense of recognition and fellowship among those privileged. As you leaf through this section, you come across several reviews of recent radio plays, as well as a brief artist spotlight feature. The main feature, though, is a long essay titled Tip Top. This so-called artist spotlight is really just a brief Q&A, made all the briefer. The actual article is surprisingly light on details, but after skimming, if you don't follow it, you only ever hear about the ludicrous sponsorships. You think you're settling in for a relaxing recap of the most recent. Instead, you find yourself skimming a 10,000-word feature about all the... Where to even start? For one, there's the crass commercialism of its sponsorships. And then there's the practically... Oddly enough, this article has 2 bylines. Next, under capitalism, the article says, every pursuit has its price. Thus, the so-called tournée becomes a competition, and that precisely is what's problematic about it. At the end of the day, it's the destruction of these 750,000 real races that you're really watching for. Sure, you think that, but subconsciously, it's the visions of brand names being in... That's because you haven't been reading critically. But don't worry.
Ah, come on. Can this article read your mind? Well, there you have it. No reason. If I had to wager, I'd say they've never even seen...
You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents. Unsurprisingly, much of this section is taken up with articles declaring unqualified support for the dockwork. You skim the headlines. Paint the harbor red and white. Martinez. Finally, there's a brief article by the writer, G. Martin, accusing the owner of the Capeside apartments of illegally attempting to evict certain communist tenants simply for not having paid their rent. According to these editorials, there can be no accommodation with the forces of internet. Why do communists love puerile insults? And they wonder why they're always... Judging from the context, it's something very large and fundamental. You flip back to the front of the magazine.
Тяжело. Тяжело воспринимать все.
What's this? We're getting reports of normal, reasonable, temperate, political opinions somewhere in Martinez. The air suddenly feels calmer, more transparent in a strangely tender way. Perhaps It's the hangover. It's time to become a citizen of the Kingdom of Conscience. It is not a place. It is a moment in time that can only arise in the right circumstances. In all of human history, it's only been achieved a handful of times. Incrementally. Yawn. You'd get there faster with a little speed. History's greatest catastrophes have been brought about by people trying to make the world a better place. That's the genius of Dolores Day. She recognized that progress is meaningless if its gains are lost because of instability. Real, lasting change can only come about gradually, increment by increment. Tisk tisk. Just because you live in the present doesn't mean you have the right to place your need. You may never live to see the kingdom of conscience. Your children may not. Even your What rationality? What sang-froid? What a fucking joke. Do you believe the status quo is preferable to chaos and bloodshed? There you have it. Sometimes holding the line is progress. The kingdom is difficult to comprehend, and partly because humanity will need to discard many of the categories that define and limit it today. The kingdom of conscience it's also post-industrial, post-ideological, and even post-sexual. What you want is immaterial. The kingdom of conscience is coming, whether you like.
Так, что это за миксер? О, магнит. Это не магнитола, да? Радиус странного. Так, подожди, еще не все смотрел.
An imposing combination of a punch clock and a payphone is looking down at you from the wall. A note on the side says, "Tokens unavailable due to strike. Use chain." The machine swallows your coin and seems to be waiting for your next move. It's unclear whether you actually have muscle memory. Right now, your finger is just drawing vaguely occult patterns in the air. Undoubtedly, no. Sure, why not? Muscle memory. Nothing tricky about that.
Жаль. Думал, сработает. Не сработало. Открытка Ле Жардан. Ладно, пойдемте в ванну, посмотрим, что там. О, очки. Слушай, визуальный анализ. Хорошо. Джинсы прогрузились, однако. В принципе, все, что я хотел в этой комнате, я просмотрел. Теперь можно идти на чердак. Много текста, в основном разговаривать не приходится, то в основном только читаешь, и что-то комментировать, наверное, неуместно. Все написано, как ни странно. Ну, конечно, утомляет большое количество, но в том и прелесть этой игры, что тут очень глубокие мысли. для сбора дождевой воды. Ну это понятно. Вот и колонка или как она там. Ну, бегом. На контейнерах нарисованы белые сосны, как будто заснеженный лес. Сигаретные бычки здесь пачки 3 не меньше. Множество пустых бутылок из-под командора и пилзнер.
This is the night watchman's booth. The name on the door reads, "Listen, it's okay to take a few minutes to yourself. Sit down and have a breather."
If you must. But please hurry. We are pretty easy to spot up here.
Nothing incriminating catches your eye. It's a black and white photo of a young... René looks like he's about to smile. This photo must...
Why did you take that picture of René? You're really interested in that old soldier. Not sure I understand your fascination, but sure, as long...
The chair is not as austere as the rest of the booth. A thin grey pillow is attached. The drawers are empty, save for old timesheets and receipts. One small box.
I'm not here to tell you what to do, detective.
You take the painkillers. They are yours. Oh boy, where to start? Maybe this was a bad idea. You stand and exit the booth.
Стоп, а так я достану, нет? Видимо, нет. Спросите Рене про фотографию. Рене. Так, что у нас тут получается? 6. Ладно, ребят, наверное, будем заканчивать. Хватит на сегодня. Я думаю, быть, сейчас передохну еще. Но думаю, пока что хватит. Пленку где-то надо найти. Ну все, ребят, спасибо, кто смотрел. Спасибо, если кто-то будет смотреть. Всем спасибо, всем пока. Удачи. Увидимся.